lighting, wall sconces, soft lamps, or natural candles that create a warm glow. The space should feel like a private retreat, elegant yet deeply personal, where quiet luxury lives.
Okay, going back up because somebody's language is taking a turn. Is it speakerphone guy? Yeah, for the best to go back up. Of course. Nothing good. I'm looking at apartments. Not apartments, hotels on the way back. And I think I'm going to do it 4 nights and stop in Gallup, Amarillo, Shreveport, and Pensacola. Which ought to be. And I'm going to stay in Comfort Inns all along the way. That's what I'm working on. I got all the paperwork sorted in the house. Everything's packed up. There's a pile over there. I don't know about getting it all in the car, but it's pretty organized. I know what I've got. It can be done. One big Walmart box. One big FedEx box, too. It's pretty much sorted. I'm so beat up. These men have to go in. These men have to go into custody right now, and I'm so beat up. It's a business. So I'm going to take a really easy driving. And it's $100 and some change, and plus like $120. So it's going to be like $500. That's okay. And then gas money.
In the bathroom, European design transforms routine into ritual. Begin with a soothing palette, ivory, soft gray, or deep charcoal for dramatic contrast.
That's how this one looks.
Use timeless materials, stone, porcelain, and brushed metal. A freestanding tub or elegant vanity becomes the room's centerpiece. Add a hint of black iron or framed mirrors to create definition. Soft lighting, perhaps
Yeah, probably can't murder me in
or
here.
natural daylight, completes the space, turning it into a sanctuary.
You
of
never
quiet
know. I
luxury.
said that. They probably would have murdered me already. Oh, let's see what my dogs are saying. I can call him tomorrow.
In every European-inspired home, light is more than illumination, it's an essential design element. Natural light softens textures, enhances architectural lines, and reveals the beauty of materials. Open curtains made from sheer linen use tall windows or glass doors to let daylight flood the space. Reflect it with mirrors, light walls, and subtle metallic accents. The result is a home that feels alive, where the shifting light of morning and evening adds quiet drama and effortless elegance.
I need these men in custody now. It was something about children again. Oh, would you please get these men into custody? I'll be home. So Gallup, Amarillo, Shreveport, Pensacola, and then the villages. There's a AAA deal.
European luxury is deeply rooted in the art of touch.
15%.
A space becomes truly inviting when different textures come together in harmony. Combine the smooth fullness of marble with the softness of linen, or balance matte surfaces with subtle shine. Woven rugs, velvet cushions, and brushed metal finishes create a layered sensory experience. This contrast of tactile richness gives the home depth, transforming simplicity into warmth and minimalism into comfort.
There's 15 cubic feet in the truck.
A luxurious home should tell a personal story. In European interiors, art is not used to impress, it's used to express. Choose pieces that evoke feeling rather than fill space, a simple sculpture, an abstract canvas, or framed sketches. Display them thoughtfully, allowing breathing room around each piece. Art becomes part of the architecture, a reflection of your identity and taste, quietly enhancing the soul of your home.
No. Is this ever gonna end? I need these men. You need to get these men into custody.
Timeless European interiors often draw inspiration from nature, creating a bridge between the outside world and the home. Add organic touches through greenery, fresh flowers, or natural materials like stone, rattan, and oak. A single olive tree in a terracotta pot or a vase of white blooms on a marble counter can transform a room. These living elements soften formality, add freshness, and infuse every space with effortless beauty.
See, that language has got to go back up. You want to lick the boom boom down on children or some crazy nonsense. And then I'm gonna do something with biometric watch. Would you get this man into custody? Get these animals, all of them, into custody. You don't understand how bad that is, though. You dirty trash, all of you, need to get the device he's on. This man is actually using. And see what he's talking about as to like really bad, how bad it is. Get these animals into custody now, all of them, every one of them. These men are monsters. They're incredibly dangerous criminals with that thing. You need to get these men into custody now. No, you need to get him into custody now because that's a Class A felony sexual assailant. It's a pedophile. It's a kidnapper. It's a schizophrenic. You need to get these men out of my house and off my internet. My phone is on line is uncut. The beast
that are doing this and that did all of this. These animals, these disgusting, lowest criminal rapists, robbers, domestic abusers, absolute monster animals. The lowest animals you could ever criminally bring into communities. Men so hideously dangerous and criminally low and offending. Incredible, hideous offending. The incredible levels of absolute criminal trash out of these beasts. And then the incredible, dangerous, incredibly bad and dangerous level of their offending. You're not allowed in the homes in McGregor on those days anymore. It's correct on these men. You need to get these animals into custody anywhere they congregate to do stuff like this. Anyone that's hired them needs to go to prison and is running around with them. All the stuff and nonsense out of their mouths is unbelievable. There's no such thing as any of that. It says predatory, vicious, and criminal. It has no sense of time or space or context whatsoever. It's completely out to lunch. Just arrest the man for what he's doing right now then. He has to be charged with anything else he's done. It is how it works. That filthy son of a bitch. Also, anyone, these men need to be in prison for the rest of their animal lives. Because he dared to say jurisdiction. The repertoire on those animals, the incredible criminal filth that you brought into the community with these beasts, the dirtiest and lowest criminal robbers, rapists, gang rape, sexual abusers, the lowest class animal ever born, the incredible filthy beast that would commit these crimes, the lowest could ever shoot an animal so foully criminal and be so hideously low that no animal or criminal has ever been lower or could be. He wanted to say, tell you about other things. The lowest rapist ever born, a beast so foul. And the incredible criminal animals that ran with these men. Everything done and said, the incredible, hideous criminal nature of these animals and their crimes. And everything done and said in relation to them. The lowest animals and the lowest legal system that could ever occur. Just that thing speaking. Because he dared. You have. That I have any. No, we want to go back and do stuff to the victim of the crime in person. Is a problem. You have spent years and you spent half a lifetime sexually abusing these women and children and people. Because Tony Edo felt that the other sewer rat of the beast of rape, crime, sexual abuse, robbery, carjacking, every kind of domestic violence, sexual abuse, a monster so criminally evil and low, the animal that would do or say that there. Because he dared to just say no. You do not manhandle people to commit a crime. That's not manhandling. That is the lowest class A felony behavior an animal ever engaged in. We should mock that because the incredible lowness of what you brought into the Cary police with those beasts.
Sir, we make the world's best mattress.
Save this Memorial Day. Shop at our retailer near.
No, you don't say, Metro. I can come in your police station. It's my police station. It's not your police station. You brought, I can tell by looking at that thing, something that interacted with the most inappropriate criminal behavior a man has ever engaged in. An animal. And that was incredible. Well, they would hurt an Annetto. Think of Annetto as he commits crime in Cary. The dirtiest man ever born. I don't care if you hurt Annetto. Annetto is a sexual abuser or domestic abuser. A class A G-A-N-G, rapist, pedophile, home invader, robber, car thief, liar. That thing is the dirtiest and lowest criminal North Carolina or anywhere could ever possibly state. No man or beast has ever been lower than that animal. That thing is a complete criminal. It is the filthiest animal of mental retardation and absolute incredible criminal insanity that could ever possibly happen. There's never been a lower beast of domestic violence, sexual abuse, brain squirming like the sewer of the lowest man ever born. Tony Eno's behavior and everything that comes out of him. That is the most retarded, dirtiest, lowest, sexually abusive, mentally retarded, a monster so hideously, criminally evil and low. The lowest animal ever born or to speak. An animal so incredibly bizarre that thing would say that there. Is actually correct. No one has, who does schizoid, affective, sadistic, psychopathic, absolutely criminally offending, sex offending? We're all total pedophiles now out of the Wake County Court. Just as openly as possible, child, R-A-P-E, sexual assault to death, T-E-E, and torture is my thing. Well, you would say that, lady. No, I would say it's out there.
One of the most captivating aspects of European high-end interiors is the effortless blend of past and present.
But I wanted to do that to her. That's almost excuse me, that is not a what on my smartwatch? Because of Neto's disgusting animal body. The Annetta that respectively incredibly low, fastest construction worker, the dirtiest criminals ever born. Animals so filthy that the lowest men to ever commit crime have nothing on these lower, dirtiest base crimes. The incredible, hideous nature of these monsters' crimes. Animals so foul, no beast in the scary animal has ever been a fouler or lower criminal than these men. The incredible entitlement of the lowest the human race could ever see. Animals so criminally offended. The most evil crimes an animal has ever committed. A man in the skin of the lowest wife beater, sexual abuser, domestic abuser, a criminal so hideously monarchy, the sewer, the thing that got fired from monarchy, the attitude of the lowest human resources that has ever or could ever exist. This shit-stain of a criminal monster, the dirtiest, most evil man ever born, an animal so criminally evil. Because he dared to have a little fun. Was he mocking that? A mentally retarded, sexual abuser, domestic abuser, robber, thief, kidnapper, an animal so hideously low and criminally offended, brought in the community. No beast has ever had a lower criminal than the animals. The incredible lowness. No more pedo, incredibly aggressive Pete's, okay? No more Annettos. The security, the Tony Eno is allowed in here. Sewer peeping Bill Sykes' stuff is in here, though. He dared to criticize it. When Annetto, he said no. He's disgusting. He said yes to investigating further, and they told him no down at the Wake County Courthouse, which makes those men owe me life in prison and a death sentence. I will settle for nothing a lot shorter than every single one of my kidnappers, gang rape, sexual abusers, obstructors of justice, car thieves is in prison for the rest of his insane monster life. He understands the importance of getting this on the docket right now just fine. They would talk with a southern accent. The most hideous crimes and acts of monstrous sexual abuse, domestic violence, stealing. That thing came on like Bill Sykes the crackhead. the lowest pedophilic natures that could ever possibly exist.
In this video, you will explore simple ways to add luxury to a simple space.
Monsters brought into the fold so foul. There are monsters in men. There are animals so criminally, hideously, monstrously low that no beast brain squirming like the lowest ape of crime that could ever exist. You were told not to sexually abuse children 24/7. That thing is simply a man that starts interacting. The dirtiest and lowest animal ever born. The entire county. Yes, because my evidence is falsified. You need to get these men into custody right now. He's sexually assaulting women and children on something he's got. He said the Las Vegas police responsible for this need to be put in prison also. You are sexually assaulting myself and children. You had no intimate. You followed me home from your schizophrenic kidnapping, and this is a schizophrenic monster that did it. You incredibly. Well, we feel that when men want no, okay, we know this is a bad girl. When the slithering sewer child rapist, the beast of filth. And I don't have time for just a screaming. That's me. I get to do that as much as I want. No. When I follow women home, it's a gift. A gift about John Wayne, the pig, animal, gang rape, Capitol Boulevard, Casey. Well, yeah, moves into your McGregor house because the dirtiest and lowest sexual abuser county thing has decided this belongs to Sewer. Well, maybe it does. This is his country, isn't it? Here comes Sewer It, big faggot Itty from the east side of Greensboro. I don't know who it is you speak of, but the lowest, the poorest, the most evil quality man has ever sunk to has been this lifetime of Tony Edo. Maybe Westchester, New York, and Boca Raton, and these places. I don't believe that. It could be mental health. I wanted to say mental health and I sprayed it for a Sewer It because I dared. Because after 8 years of sexual abuse so hideously by these men, this animal is still running around with him. No man has owed another man life in prison and a death sentence more than that man owes me for gang rape, sexual abuse, and stalking. Tony Edo is not allowed in the houses in McGregor. You had to investigate why this evidence was falsified and why the Casper's daughter was kidnapped somewhere outside of Amarillo, Texas. I did enough, and we felt this evidence was a recreation for mental health reasons. Because nobody has any mental health issues. Yes, but I, the sadistic sexual abuse sadist, the sewer schizoid it, the vicious. Okay, so I had no basis whatsoever for any of my crimes. Your crimes are the most hideous an animal ever committed. Tony Edo owes me life in the pen, and so does every man that ran with him or brought that monster into the community. It said nothing there. It said Miss Casper passed her psych evaluation. You're filthy construction worker, the rapist that crawls through windows and steals cars with you with a gold earring that also likes to sexually abuse children and is a strong arm for some sort of monster nest you faggot things have. You incredibly low rapist, robbers, gang rapist, pedophiles. No lower rapist, robber, gang rapist, or pedophile country has ever existed than Tony Edo on his he's got a case to join and what that thing does on it. Tony Edo can be in the house. But you could also walk through the door and say, please get out, Mr. Edo. You say, I have a gun, I'm big, I'm not leaving. Okay, now where do we go? Hey, Mike, you can't live here. It's not a sleepover, with what it is said. On my part, supposedly your Dennis Rader sock puppet said, you need to lay off gang rape, John Wayne, the beast pig, Bill Sykes, the dirtiest rapist, carjacker, schizophrenic wife beater. That is the lowest schizoid effective construction worker or plumber or handyman possible on all of them. And they're psychotic. Roughest man in all of Texas on those men. in all of North Carolina. Every one of them is the most criminally offended. You would have, they're construction workers from the hood out back. He's got them running around McGregor and Lockmere like that other place. The normal police don't know what to do about him. I have no idea, speaking
Moving
from.
into the dining room.
Either you.
One great option for small homes is to create a kitchen with a dining nook concept, where the dining area blends seamlessly into the kitchen layout.
He is such a lying sack of shit. He owes me life in prison. There has never been a man that is an animal. He knows exactly what's going on. His sadistic monster of a self owes me life in the pen. The incredible amounts of sexual abuse and domestic violence I've endured at the hands of these monsters. And crime, kidnapping, car theft. You gestured to let me drive away. I'm sitting there going, should I drive away or not? You sent somebody to the door. He doesn't know what that is. Your attitude, your mouth, your behavior, your 300 pounds is so unbelievably offending. What you hired, whoever hired you. He owes me life in prison. All the men, as transparent as possible, owe me life in prison for the 2026 to 2013. 13 years of sexual abuse, 24/7 stalking, where the son of a bitch these men have not stopped stalking me. Following me home for my kidnapping, where this evidence was falsified, was created in schizophrenic, heavy serial killer, heavy gibberish. I think we found our C-word guy with that. No, it's probably going to be you with all that. And when things like just are, when you go, you have to go check. And then when you go check, and it's the case, it's the end of it. Or that's why you have to go check. I'm right. None of you have taken like a law class or actually sat all the way through Matlock. Or any show, crime show. Special Victims Unit. Well, the evidence is so falsified, and it's falsified in a schizophrenic sex offender, and then here's a schizophrenic sex offender. These guys followed me home. They followed me home right away. You have no idea every day the horror I woke up in because of you, because of this, whoever this piece of trash is, this criminal is. It's a crime to lie. If you're lying to commit a crime and then you're abusing the victim, you're abusing, who are you again? You didn't know that. You could be a threat on the homes and the families around here. I could see that, but that's not what you said. They could threaten him. He says that a lot. I don't know what that means. He threatens you. It's 2:00 in the morning. I get on him with everybody. He's here. You need to get these men into custody right now, and all of this stuff. Everyone. I don't care if Arkansas wants to do this.
To make the room feel larger and more relaxing, add warmth with textured towels, subtle patterns, or a cozy bathroom. Floating shelves or slim storage units. Keep essentials organized while maintaining a clean look. Soft lighting and a few decorative touches, such as a small plant or a candle, complete the luxurious atmosphere while keeping.
He was told not to sexually assault children all day, and the same families who are sparingly calling their local police departments in Arkansas and anywhere else these guys might be. Is that acceptable? He was told not, after the incredible amounts of sexual abuse this man's engaged in, and stalking, and neighborhood pornography. He was told not to sexually assault children again today. Is what the thing, my speakerphone just said. I'm going to have have to sleep sitting up. I don't care how I seem. You needed to get out of my house and my nice normal apartment day one. Every day I woke up, or every night I went to bed in the absolute horror that was being stalked by these men. My phone line has been no more big, gnarly, just dirty, low-class Shrek from those men. They are too willing to offend and too offended by nature. Who said mental health? You know the mental health thing is a criminal tool. You've discussed that. I'm normally, and then I'm completely normal if you're not doing all this to me. I'm non-handicapped. Well, I am. I'm not handicapped. Why are you letting him use a police taser in Arkansas while he talks about sexually abusing children in Las Vegas? It's not that nationwide. They want whoever he's running around with in Las Vegas, in North Las Vegas, arrested. We can't have a man that can walk through, follow us on our Cox accounts and cell phones and sexually abuse us and our children quite subtly. You sat around and tweaked it. I mean, there's just a lot of crotch stroking and fondling. You're so insane, you turn it up all the way and bludgeon with it. I mean, no matter what, it's hideous. That is the most hideous thing anybody ever did. But I mean, it could really sexually assault you without. People are sitting there on their cell phones hooked up to their sleep patterns and their smartwatches. The same thing. Nobody knows there is such a thing.
Look at this movie.
I don't know, maybe some pedophiles get some people angry.
I thought you will. The kitchen at the dreams. I think I'm ready to move in. And your mom's at a price you didn't think possible, and she has dream possibilities. At Marshalls, our buyers hustle 24/7, so you never have to compromise on quality or price. We are getting you a better deal because we believe that everyone deserves a good stuff.
Today's video is sponsored by Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Drew here from Lone Fox, and today we are diving into trends for 2026. And this is the annual video that I am so excited to film because I find so much joy in trends. I'm someone that loves change and trying out new things, so I'm always adapting and interpreting trends in different ways in my own design, and also just sharing with you guys how I kind of incorporate trends throughout the years in some of my projects. Today I thought I would go ahead and hone in on 9 of my favorite trends I've been kind of searching over the past few weeks and looking at what I've been loving and what I've been pinning on Pinterest and things I've been saving on my phone and bookmarking on Instagram. And these are the ones that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of. We're going to be seeing a lot of in your favorite designers' posts, their projects, also some stores, and maybe what they're going to be selling more of, all the things that really make up the trends for 2026. And the first thing I want to say is the Pantone color leaf here is remarkable. It's literally like cloud white or something like that. I'm not even excited about it, so I don't remember the name, to be honest with you. It's not the most exciting, so stick around because I'm going to share some of my own color predictions that I think are going to be really hot for 2026. The first trend is actually a finish, and it's a high gloss or lacquer finish. It's just something that has a sheen, and I feel like you can also interpret this in different ways because they really do give and reflect so much light. I know high gloss and lacquer can be scary because first of all, it can be very expensive, and it can also go very wrong if you DIY it yourself. And it's hard to get that high gloss, high shine look on a wall or a finish because most of the time
Make people angry.
very
I
sanded.
think.
But the thing I kind of like about gloss is you can also do this sparingly, so you can do it maybe on the ceiling, you can do an accent wall. Think about this from the smallest accent to the largest and completely lacquered from the floor to the ceiling. Because you can do this on baseboards, you can do this on door trim, you can do a lacquered fireplace. I just think
Comfort
that
and Suites
that high
in
shine
Pensacola.
is
Get on I-10 from Florida 291 South. Follow I-10 East and then I-75 South to Florida 44 in Sumter County. Take exit 229 from I-75. Take Sumter County Road 229. And then Buena Vista Boulevard to Tourmaline Lanes in 6 hours.
That's kind of really emphasize the high gloss, which I love, and I think it reflects light because the hallway is a bit darker in that space. So I personally am super excited to incorporate more high gloss finishes. So you're going to see those across the channel in 2026 in my design projects and probably also in my DIYs as well. My second trend is one that I'm super excited to experiment with more, and it's something I've been loving and kind of started seeing come up in the fashion world, and I feel like it's trickling into interiors now, and that is the use of animal prints. This can go all the way from the realm of just like animal prints to the realm of animal like fur, like vintage accents that are animal based. You know, I do think we are going to see a lot more of that in 2026, to be honest with you. But you can pick whatever realm you want to be in. You know, animal prints are great. You can have them just woven or printed in fibers and incorporated in your home decor. Along the lines of like zebra prints, cheetah, shearling materials, cowhide. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of cowhide.
6 hours and 17.
Inclusion of last year's major trend, which I feel like was Western. Animal print is also really bold. It's timeless. It's something that's not really going to go out of style. And I just think that we're going to be seeing a lot more of it incorporated into spaces, like just accents here and there, and throw pillows, blankets. There was a set of things which shared that animal print on them featured in this design by Mother's Daughter. I believe that's the designer, and it was just an incredible set of chairs. I'm going to pop them up on the screen here. I've been thinking about these every day since I've seen them, and I want to do a chair set in like an animal print of some sort. So I'm still sourcing the perfect fabric for that. The third major trend we are absolutely going to be seeing throughout 2026 is kind of like that grandma core, grandma chic-esque vibe. And what that is really kind of incorporating lots of colors and patterns that feel nostalgic and mismatching them in a way that kind of feels almost grandma-esque. I feel like that's the name that I sort of encompass. And grandma core comes with things like lace and ruffles and materials that feel a little bit more old-timey, but they're done in a way that feels very tasteful. I recently shared a short on my YouTube channel, and it was all about Kendall Jenner's Mountain Home, and I feel like this is a great representation of kind of chic grandma core, where it's a mix of very modern materiality, and it just kind of modernly thought about, but it incorporates a lot of elements that feel a little bit more grandma in a sense. That might be like, you know, retro wallpapers or vintage style bedding. And I'm really a huge fan of this. I feel like I kind of designed my upper guest room in the grandma core-esque way. I love kind of the maximalist feel of grandma core as well. I'm not going to say grandma core anymore. And to any grandmas out there, we are really adapting your style because it really is so cozy and homey. I feel like a lot of people love going to their grandma's house and so like incorporating that feeling back into your own home. That's the designers that do this sort of style, or people that kind of design their home in this sort of style. They're always so unique. It really creates such a unique space every single time. It's very original. It feels kind of bespoke, and it's not like you're seeing everyone else do essentially. So I think a lot of people are wanting more of that, you know, originality. Before jumping into trend number 4, I do want to give a big shout out to today's video sponsor, which is Simply Safe. And I feel like this totally aligns with this video because Simply Safe has been a recurring trend in my life for over 5 years now. I have been using and loving my Simply Safe home security system to keep me, my essential family, like Marie and Winston here at the house, protected. All of my belongings, and it's given me so much peace of mind every single day when I leave, or if I'm out of the city, or if I'm traveling for work, that my home and my belongings are going to stay safe. And my favorite thing about Simply Safe is just how user-friendly and modernized this home security system is, because I always thought, like in the past, you would have to have someone come out, install it all, it would be just such a hassle. To be honest, you just order your security system, it arrives to your home, and you can walk through the process of setting it up and have it set up in literally an hour, which is incredible. The security hub is actually just right through this arch here, and it's mounted on the wall on the other side. So when we walk in the front door, which is right through the arch, we just kind of enter the pin each time, or when we leave, we can click that we're away or we're home. And I have my Simply Safe for up 2 moves, and I also have it at my warehouse as well. So I completely trust and love my home security system by Simply Safe. With the outdoor protection, some of the traditional home security system because it has live agents and uses AI as well to detect intruders before they actually are breaking into your space, so that they can deter them and talk to them and tell them to get out. And notify police before any damage is done. And the new addition I just added to my home is actually the smoke and CO alarm listener, which this you just mount next to your actual fire alarm in your home, and it can listen for the alert of fire alarm syncs up to your system all around. I just love my Simply Safe Plus. Simply Safe is offering their biggest discount of the year. You can save 50% on your Simply Safe security system when you sign up for the professional monitoring plan and get your first month free. Visit simplysafe.com/loanbox to customize yours. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Working with our fourth trend, these are sort of style inclusions I think we're going to be seeing a lot in 2026. These are playful and whimsy accents, and these can really be incorporated in so many ways. I feel like I've been seeing a lot of really kind of whimsy iron work lately, with iron that has more of a fluid drapery feel to it, or it's like it has a taffeta piece at the bottom of the table.
No, would you get these men into custody already?
With the materiality of the iron. I think that's really, really strong. I feel like this is also sort of stemming from the curves and scallops that have been such a trend of 2025. Sort of
No.
whimsy, almost like Art Nouveau-esque silhouettes. And that's
That thing can't be here all night.
Sure, I just recently purchased a piece of art from Lauren Alvarez. I'll pop up my little like short video that I created where I unboxed the art, but this has a very sort of
These monsters need to be in custody already.
more circus. Not that it's a theme, but I would see this sort of playful, whimsy, circus, fun house vibe incorporated in.
They need to not be doing this to me.
What I'm talking about, but the inclusion of stripes, just really whimsy, kind of playful.
And everybody else there.
And colors. I feel like it adds a sense of nostalgia and it just kind of sparks joy in the space as well. I add a little bit more of an effortless feel to the space, which I love. My big trick is one I think that we're going to be seeing so much in 2026, and this is just wood in general. Wood grain, wood texture, burl woods. Intense use of wood is definitely going to be key in 2026. We're going to be seeing a lot of wood furniture. I think oak is going to be a really popular wood that's going to be seen for its grain pattern. Use of plywood in projects, whether that be plywood furniture or plywood walls. This also goes to like wood paneled walls and wood paneled rooms. We are absolutely going to be seeing a lot of wood, and just the warmth that wood brings is really going to be a craving, I feel like, for a lot of people in 2026. I feel like over the past years, we've been seeing changes in wood colors. It started with more of a trend of white oak, and then it went to kind of medium, and then it went
Would you get him away from that?
We take it every which way, but to the max. We're using natural element as a textile and a finish in your design.
You need to get that everything he's on into custody.
Millwork, like cabinetry, kitchen cabinetry, or just built-ins done in wood finishes as opposed to painted finishes. So I haven't seen so much of lately, but I will say that custom millwork, when you get it in wood finishes like that, costs so much. So you're still going to be sticking to the painted finishes, of course, by incorporating wood furniture, thinking outside the box, and using wood in different ways. Setting up our last trend, kind of using material in so many different ways, is also this next trend, which is all about fun and creative tile work, and thinking of ways to use tiles differently, create unexpected layouts, place them in different orientations and cut them down, and just use them in a different way than they're intended to create a more bespoke and unique finish in the end. I've been so inspired by Pearson board lately. I'm going to pop up some of their projects because their use of tile and how it's laid is just so unique. And I know that this is kind of more challenging when it comes to the DIY element and laying these tile patterns, but it's just something to think about, because the thing with tile is you do a fun pattern and it can really create and make an entire bathroom, and you don't have to do much with decorating and the accents because it's all in the tile work. Heidi Callier, who I talked about for Kendall Jenner's house, she also is impeccable with choosing tiles. She always has the most fun tile layouts. I also recently went to the Lafayette Hotel in one of my antiquing vlogs, and I'm gonna pop up the bathroom that was in that hotel. I'm so inspired by that bathroom, and I've been consistently thinking about it. And that one too, I really it's a lot of the same tile, but it's just placed differently, and the colors are just kind of changed. So you can think about using the same exact tile shape, but maybe incorporating different colors of that tile shape and creating patterns, and also application of tile in unique ways. You can do it on your kitchen ceiling if you wanted to. There's an Amber Interiors kitchen I'm thinking of, or your bathrooms all the way up the walls. At one point, I was going to actually just do a tile detail in the arch coves of all of these doorways, and using tiles in different ways is just a really fun way to add interest to a space. 2026 is going to be the year of trends and details and additions to things and items, is what I'm telling you guys. It's going to be fringe on chairs, it's going to be piping on pillows, elevated baseboards and moldings, and just unique millwork that has fun scallop shapes in it. I used a Bolian fringe on a couch that I did in a downtown LA apartment, and I love that addition. I just want to incorporate more trends and details into my project projects in different fun ways. Really small details and additions that make projects feel custom, or pillows feel custom, or sofa feel custom and different. And it's things that you can add and DIY into your spaces and into your projects that really can make them stand out from something that feels a little more generic. Something else that just popped into my head was actually how I used the vintage Indian carved wood panels under all of my toe picks in the kitchen. So upstairs in my kitchen makeover, underneath all the cabinetry, I actually added these little floral kind of motif carved baseboards. And they're vintage Indian baseboards that look so good under the entire kitchen. It's kind of like a little afterthought, but people notice it. It's something that they always talk about in the kitchen. Our second last trend is reimagining your artwork in your wall decor and just thinking of different ways you can incorporate just truly anything as artwork in wall decor. Because I have been loving the use of 3D items on the wall. So whether that be through plates or platters, because there's so many beautiful plates and hand-painted platters that you can actually hang easily on the wall as decor. You don't really have to go in like a dining room space. You can totally incorporate it in a living room as well. We're going to see a lot of textiles come up.
No. No! Would you get this man into custody already? I need this monster. Stop doing that, you disgusting freak. Get these monsters, all of them, into custody already. Get them into custody now. No. No. Get this. You have no. You need to get the device he's on, you disgusting white trash. And see what this man is doing. It's not our jurisdiction. Well, whose is it? Call the FBI. Call the FBI for like everybody. Stop doing that now. Get off my crotch. No. Tired. Get these men in the cut. You're arguing you're not taking the child sexual assailant in? I get out of these dudes. That is the story. I mean, I have no idea. Just somebody do something, please, and thank you. And get these men breaking the law right now in custody. You're not allowed. That guy said that. You can hear it, I'm sure. It said something about child sexual abuse. And they can hear it because, I don't know, it's just inaudible noise on text to speech is correct. Yeah. These freaks and doctors. I used to sound like the Crypt Keeper. Everybody remembered it. It's V-chip stalking. And then whatever the cops have these days. What are you doing? You need to stop using that like this. And you need to go to prison for doing so. No, you're not ever going to be able to sleep laying down. Would you get that freak into custody now? Would you get him off that thing with the houses in McGregor again in our community? Would you get the police in here to arrest these men? Apparently, there's no men that arrest these men. There's no cops that arrest these guys. I need this man arrested immediately because he's sexually assaulting me and stalking me. Get that man into custody. Feel that? That's like on your stomach. That's how bad it is when I do that in her crotch. She likes it so much. Would you get this monster in? Get this thing out of my house. You owe me life in the pen for this. All of you. You disgusting animals that you're letting this freak show get out in America. Okay. No. Would you get this man off my internet? Then out of Las Vegas. They want you in prison. No, they want you in prison for the rest of your life for child sexual assault and willingness to be involved in it. That man is why isn't he in custody already? Get them into custody. Get him out of here. Anybody. Get him out of the homes. Not touching. Get him into custody now. No, they deserve it because they talk back to our hero, Toady gang rape, home invasion in Neto. Carjacker in Neto. Kidnapper in Neto. In the Cary police station. He wants a psych eval because he'd sit out there. He'd do that and second in these nice homes in the country club for 10, 13 years. This man sexually abused and domestically abused. It just crawled through windows. Yeah. He's filthy Capitol Boulevard. The dirtiest corrections workers and pedophiles possible just ushered in. Toady gang rape Neto. The filthiest schizophrenic sexual abuser and crackhead and domestic abuser, everything done and said. The dirtiest schizophrenics to ever crawl out of the sewer. Men with... Does anybody have a law degree? Because Toady Ito was brought into a community and he was allowed to cruise around all day and night. And he committed the most hideous acts of stalking, sexual abuse, obstruction of justice, domestic violence, car theft, kidnapping, lying. Get him out of my house. You owe the state 30 years in the pen, it says minimum, for what you're doing right now, much less how much you did it. They can't let you serve any less, but we have got to get you in custody next time on whenever your filthy people get out. Because of stop stalking these people on their cell phones and in their houses and on their internet account. He knew what did on the internet. When a Neto makes calls, when a Neto acts like the biggest criminal fool or crawl out of schizophrenic sex offender land.
candles. And batteries. Yes, I'm ready for bed. 7.
Get them into custody now. and you shame of you lowest animals into crime ever born. Neto feel something this disgusting. Get Neto into custody for child rape. Now, you disgusting, lowest men could possibly be brought into anything. All of you. Neville not raping people on their smartwatch to death with his 8 friends. You're going to prison for the rest of your life, it says. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. All of your schizophrenic monster selves have crawled out of the hood. No more ghouls of death. You had a life in prison sentence and you're sitting around molesting children. They called the police, they're on their way, is the only thing, because you brought Aneto into communities. This animal has been sexually assaulting women and children as hideously as possible. Aneto, wind it up. Get Aneto out of uniform into the prison where that animal belongs for child rape, sexual assault. They need to get him not at large on that right now. We're calling the police. They're coming in here just to arrest these 10 men, and that's the end of it. I got 4 white trash meth heads or something that are schizophrenic going in right now. He said, wind it down. We're done. It's over. We can't have you sexually assaulting the community day and night in suburbia, just in normal Arkansas suburbia. That's off-road. Arkansas suburbia. custody now, not sexually assault my body as badly as possible with 8 men, because Kevin the animal neural is a thing was brought into my community. Because the lowest criminal mankind could ever be, an animal so filthy, everything done and said by your incredibly low animals, incredibly dangerous criminals, incredibly low class and poor quality. fucking the lowest a uniform could ever be. These animals in them. With that thing. Get him off that device with her thing. Get Tony Edo they want him put to death for letting him in here. Tony Edo owes the streets of Arkansas, North Carolina, a death sentence. He's dragging in the shit during sewer of his body. He's dragging the sewer of the lowest lifetime. You only have one life for this shit coming wriggling through out of the mouth. His name is spreading. He flies with a cockroach to the lowest. The sewer. The animal is searing. The lowest the human race could ever shake. We don't get plates because the shit straight and the swastika of the beast of Hitler of the lowest country as far as infrastructure that could ever exist. An animal so hideously low because the lowest beast ever born, bulbous, dripping penis, gateway banana was allowing Huda, the slithering shit stain of Hitler, the filthiest, lowest beast, the lowest country, the lowest laptop, the lowest behind predator enemy lines because Tony, the shit stained swastika, the animal and Nuno was allowing everything out of his urine, shit, and sewer crusted, soaked swastika of the beast, the uniform, the swastika of the animal. See that to the face of John Wayne Hitler, bulbous gangrene, the filthiest animal ever raped or sex offended, a country so hideously low, the lowest the human race could ever shake. He's required to be arrested and put in prison for the rest of his life. But we would never arrest an Inedo. But I put this disgusting monster in a uniform, this disgusting lowest animal ever born, an animal so filthy, the lowest beast to ever exist. But the most in the sale, with the lowest pedophile ever born, the sewer swastika of the beast, the lowest animal to ever wear the skin, the lowest pedophiles ever born in the lowest pedophile nation and the lowest pedophile legal system. We are from Shreveport. I don't care where they should nuke it off the planet. Because of Huda, the slithering, shit-stained swastika of Hitler and the beast, the lowest animal ever born, the dirtiest and lowest the human race could ever shake as far as hiring day one. The animal Huda slithers in it, the lowest pedophile and to ever exist. No, because they feel that okay, so I dared to create evidence. That's the end of it. You're out of here. You're going to prison. Out of here, it says. Tony Edo's uniform has to be burnt and changed also again. But he had to do that in there. An important business. Tony Edo had to be in them houses molesting the birds and the kids that are home alone. Because Tony gave the animal, John Wayne the pig, Gacy, was put lowest the uniform could ever see. Tony Edo's gang rape home invasion, foul self in it. Because he was in the houses, all over, just everything random, breaking everything that moved. And this is Tony Anna. No, this, every goddamn crime, every sexual assault, every child rape, Tony Anna in a uniform is responsible for. And who died in a courthouse? Get out of my house. I don't care. Neto needs to get out of my house. No, we just want Neto because Neto shut that down. We need Neto just makes decisions with the lowest class animal, an animal so hideously low and criminally offended. No shit down. They're not gonna settle for any man saying you can sexually assault a third grader to death on that thing. They need the SWAT team in here right now. They need this shut down now, out of everywhere, is what that thing just said. Get him in custody now. All of your personal information doesn't belong to the retarded truck depot employee and the plumber to rape with your family. And you gotta get out of the bank accounts and get stop molesting children. Or hideously, these are molesting children. The Huda it is just a Huda it. Get him off that with her. That it says. He's still going to use that just a little bit. Because Tonio said, man, this rough were loud and caring day and night. He felt that these men, his beautiful, pedophile, gang rape, home invasion monsters, were into sale, where a man can do this a little bit if he wants to. He can sexually abuse as much. Who's going to be in here a little bit? The great Hulu has spoken. The end. The filthiest day and chapter in American history. No, get off that. That's how bad that is for her. I just wanted to say that all for the last week because Tony gang raped Neto and Huda, yes, the vicious Huda it, the lowest animal ever born through this entire goddamn life. The dirtiest and lowest monsters ever born as far as crime, and the lowest legal system and infrastructure that would harbor such an animal and let such incredibly low corruption get out. That's bringing men like these into the community. Turn it off now, he said that. He literally drove in his little monster truck mobile over here to get her. He can actually drive on that man. You're going to need to get him out of the houses in Gregory, Arkansas. He runs right over and goes to GPS map, because you can just GPS anybody's house on that thing. So he runs over, goes to GPS map in Lockmere in Arkansas. And that's it. Who don't anybody talk back? And so he's in any house, him and his filthy friends all over the country is what it actually is. And as much as he wants to be on that thing, because the police have him. The police know they have them. They haven't alerted the public before. There's been hideous amounts of crime committed on those things. Get him in custody now. You need to get these men in custody now. Whenever these animals, well, he didn't like that. So Tony, feels that when he feels the thing in his mentally retarded sewer plumber monster, shit from monster animal brains, the lowest criminal brains and the lowest, darkest day in American history, the day Anetto, the filthiest man ever born, the lowest man and bunch of men in the history of the human race on that thing. Because Tony Edo was allowed, the incredible lowness of the Anetto was allowed in neighborhoods. The filthiest man ever born and the lowest man ever born. Okay, already, Anetto, not go over there and start masturbating her. Feel the full, because they talk back to gang rape. Anetto, the lowest rapist ever born. A rapist so hideously low, the lowest rapist to ever wear the skin of a beast. An animal so hideously, disgustingly, criminally, sexually abusive and offending that the lowest man to ever wear the skin of an animal. The lowest criminal in prison, Wild Bill, the child rapist and murderer. A monster so incredibly, hideously offending. We'll do this a little bit on that. Look at that cute 9-year-old tutor. I'm going to rape a little rich girl tonight because I'm totally gang rape Anetto on this thing. I'm the lowest sexual offender and predator ever born. The filthiest rapist, robber, and thief. Also, Huda, the shit stain of Hitler as far as the beast of pedophilia. The most sexually abusive and domestically abusive towards children monster to ever be born. The Huda it Duda. Thing. The filthiest predator and pedophile. You understood that just fine on what you brought into communities. You did it with the highest malice, the highest intent. No one has ever committed a more. We should be careful if our country is so incredibly evil because the lowest animal or beast ever born, the good one. It's about the Huda was allowed in communities. It's her country. It's technically not your country. No. He said either get these men into custody or spend the rest of your lives in prison. He said, get him off that child, Dad. The man is sexually assaulting a child. Well, maybe Huda. Let's comment on that. Is that Huda's? Give it to Huda. Nobody has to give anything to Huda. Give that to Huda. Well, maybe it benefits no one. It's a schizophrenic pedophile from the hood. You destroyed your country by running around with these men. These men have sexually abused every family going by. All you had to do was stop them. No. Well, look at this. I can just do a body scan. See, all I have to do is I just GPS any location. Then I do a body scan. Then I turn that on. That sexually assaults people so hideously, he said. It just rapes and electrocutes them. I do that as much as I want because I'm actually in your security office. Because I've always been in your security office. Because I'm gang raped Tony Edo. The dirtiest man ever born. A rapist and robber so hideously low. That's what you get if you talk back to Tony gang rape Anetto. That's how it's always been. Tony Edo is going to due to that dare.
We could probably put that better. I could put that better. The incredible lotus of the Todietto. Well, that's always what it's been. Get them in custody now if that thing is so easy to use. He said he's just on like People Finder. You're just not allowed to use it to do this, as far as we can tell. We're very sorry this happened to everybody. Apparently he molested. We're extremely angry at how did this go untreated for this long? Very obviously we have this. It says I need you not at large. They're going to send you all to prison for the rest of your lives for using that to do that. No! Not go back to doing it. No! Annetto, get him off of that with her right now. He's running right in. It's Annetto's case. He won't let them in here to arrest these men. They want him put to death. You have to get these men into custody now. That's been the problem they said all they have to do is shush, little girl twirl. He said the widespread use of that to sexually assault females is so incredibly bad. You won't have the same device where you're going, they said, and these men are all going to prison. There's a specific kind of thing they have to get on to do something. It's a taser. You're being electrocuted. Get him in custody now. Look, it says that man has a warrant out for his arrest for Class A felony child sexual assault.
No. 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 He says turn that off on her. No. You need to stop arguing Miss Casper and Miss Kathy's case and things. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. No. Are they? No. He said, we're getting calls from like people. Do you realize what that man is compared to like the people you're on the phone with? No. 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 Get him off that. It's just that's how easy it is, and that's why. He said there must have been more sexual assaults on that thing than we think anybody's ever sexually assaulted. Apparently they're quite capable of sexually assaulting you out of these men. And your children and everything. No, get him in custody now, he said. No. Annetto, that's how bad that is. You feel how bad that is? They did that on purpose out of this country. because of what you hired and brought into communities. No monsters have ever been brought into a community lower than the animals you brought into communities. There could not be a lower animal ever brought into a community than the beasts you brought into communities. You brought the worst criminals possible into communities on that. Get him in custody now. I need you off of that also. You are just so easily able to break the law. Your incredible amounts of crime, the incredible evil of you men on that thing. The incredible evils of the crimes you've committed. They need you off the airwaves. You're fired. Here it says that there. You have 25 years to life in prison as the minimum sentence you can serve. Of course. You're molesting children. No. He said, turn that off on her body. If you don't comply, you will be shot on sight or something again. Look at this. They can't have you molesting children all night. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. These people have to go to work in the morning. No, he said, get off the woman's crotch with that. No, you disgusting. That's we heard your language. That's what you've been saying to her all day. You got in your filthy little shit stain of a truck and tooted on over here. Did it that one. Did it Huda. Because Huda wanted to sexually assault and abuse and domestically abuse and scare the hell out of a child tonight. Which is what that thing is doing. Get them into custody now. They said you have got to get him off of that with the children. That they're putting you in prison for the rest of your life. You're fired, and then you're not allowed in here. You're supposed to give up all your keys. They can't have you breaking into things because police have skeleton keys. There was not enough verification as to law enforcement in all branches and divisions, and then there's no accountability. Because of that, America was sexually assaulted to death. They were so hideously offending on whatever he called. In Florida, they said they don't want them anywhere near. They need them in custody. He said, "You've never seen men like what they call." Yeah, not following around other people they knew. He said they need these men out of these security offices. They don't have access anymore to anything. Is what they're requiring out of law enforcement. These men cannot have access to all the passwords, and you stop doing that now out of Aneto. Aneto has life in prison. He's sexually assaulting a 4th grade girl to death.
No, he said. It says get him out of here right now. You were told to remove that device immediately from the office he's on. He told you to get him out of here now. We're waiting to hear back from what prosecutor on this? He can still see enough on that. And Neto said if he doesn't get off of that with her, they're going to kill him. They said that they need them off of that. That's something police have to do important things. Stop crime. You're only allowed to use it the same as they're not allowed to pull you in New York. We'll even do a police car and go Nazi on you. You need to get them into custody now, they said. These men have committed more hideous acts of crime than, any civilian normal person ever has. You committed atrocities. The same as the men who have committed the worst atrocities. You're incredibly prolific sexual abuse of families in America and internationally where your people have gotten off a boat. They said nobody's ever, apparently your ability to just wander into houses on that thing was a monster as soon as you had it, which was actually a long time ago. You're correct. They're gonna get you into custody now. No. No, he said, you do not start stroking crotches as hideously as possible in response. They said they're putting you away for the longest amount of time anybody's ever served. All of you. They got into these law enforcement security offices. No, he said bring him into custody right now, or you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. No, he said, not run over and start to do that to her also. That's a 37-year-old woman that has to go to work in the morning. He said, you're fired. You're to spend the rest of your life in prison, all of you. Get him into custody now. No. Do that anyway. He's allowed to do that as much as he wants to you. Because this is a Neto stuff. A Neto has life in prison. No, he said. This is not a joke. We're on our way with the police. It's all you and everybody else wants to hear. No. No, he said. Get him in custody. They said, if you don't get him into custody, there's going to be. We don't know what there's going to be. He told you to get him out of his uniform right now. No, it says. No, it says, get him out of his uniform. Get him in custody. Get him into custody now.
These trails are designed to connect the areas around the classical style of main church building, as well as its other features such as chapels, statues, and places.
No, he said. We're having problems with him abusing you and a fourth grader right now.
Hopping Hills is known for its dramatic waterfalls, deep gorges, caves, and scenic hiking trails such as Old Man's Cave and Ash Cave. The region was shaped by the movement of water and ice, which carved out the gorges and caves that define the area today.
No! Get him in custody, they said on that man. They want him put down. We're waiting to hear back from a prosecutor about what? The guy is sexually assaulting a child. We don't understand what this conversation has been about all throughout. You're just not allowed in people's homes. How's this? It's the law.
According to local legend, Old Man's Cave is named after a hermit who reportedly lived in the early 1800s.
No!
Ash Cave is known for its couple of
You're fired, it says.
with waterfalls tumble down to a sandy floor ringed by high cliffs. The cave stands out as one of the largest recessed caves in this region. In fact, it served as a natural shelter for Native Americans.
No! Get him in custody now!
The cave stands for the presence of ash, suggests it was the site for daily activities, including cooking and walking.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, your machinery isn't working right. You need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor belt falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools and calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. From Granger, Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Lake Michigan is one of the 5 Great Lakes and is unique as the only one located beside it within a single country. It is the 3rd largest of the Great Lakes by surface area and the 2nd largest by volume. In fact, it is home to the so-called Great Lakes Triangle, an area where ships and boats have reportedly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The lake is also known for its extensive shoreline, with major cities like Chicago and Milwaukee on its banks. In the 19th century, Lake Michigan was vital for the transport of grain and other goods, especially from Chicago, which became a major port in the economic sector due to its location. is also a centre for shipping, recreation, and tourism, supporting a significant sport fishery for trout and salmon, as well as commercial and recreational boating. Kenya Island Lighthouse is known as Fort County's most iconic lighthouse, recognised for its tall, cylindrical tower and long history of guiding ships on their mission. Built to replace the Bailey Carver Lighthouse and first illuminated in 1870, it has been a navigational aid for more than 150 years and remains an active lighthouse today. Google Rosecott National Park is known for its rugged badlands landscape, wild bison herds, painted canyons, and sweeping prairies.
No! No, I need him in custody now.
The park is named after Theodore Roosevelt, who was deeply influenced by the area after spending time there in his youth. Roosevelt first visited the park and later returned after a personal trip. The landscape and experiences here shaped his views on conservation and led to his later efforts to protect wild places. Indianapolis is known as the capital of Indiana, a central hub for government.
No, he said, they're going to need you in custody now on those. And they said you've got the SWAT team has to come through that door right now. That's the end of it.
Planning itself to be the state's capital, with its location chosen for its central position within Indiana. Early maps of the city included a grid layout radiating from a central circle, designed by Alexander Wilson, who had previously worked on the plan for Washington, D.C. The area was originally home to the Lenape, also known as the Delaware Nation, who used the land for hunting and century counts before European settlers. Interestingly, the city's six-syllable name led to the nickname Naptown, first popularized by jazz musicians in the 1920s as a shorthand for songs.
No! They said you've got to get that man off the.
The Soldiers and Sailors Monument is a towering neoclassical memorial in downtown Indianapolis.
No, it says. He's correct. They're calling the police.
The monument stands at the center of Monument Circle, the heart of the original town. Its design incorporates statues, fountains, and plaques commemorating major service. Indiana's physical history. The Indianapolis Canal is a scenic downtown waterway lined with trails, public parks, and places to relax. The canal offers gondola rides and walking paths, providing a peaceful retreat in the middle of the city, as well as a way of transport that connects to museums and cultural attractions. Star Block Park is known for its steep sandstone canyons and dramatic rock formations along the William River. The park's sandstone canyons were formed by glacial meltwater, creating a landscape unlike the surrounding flatlands. Before it became a state park, it had a long legacy of conflict between Native American tribes, like the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Inuit tribes, as well as various groups of settlers, such as French explorers in the 1700s, and later the British, who sought to seize control of the land. The area was once accessible only by railroad and ferry, with early visitors arriving in large numbers before roads were built. Trujillo National Wildlife Refuge is known for its extensive wetland areas along the Mississippi River Flyway, supporting a wide range of waterfowl, songbirds, and migratory species throughout the year. Specifically, it is located on an important migration route, attracting thousands of new birds each spring and fall, and hence serving as a hotspot for rare bird sightings. Its name comes from the French phrase "La montagne est en haleine," meaning the mountain steeps in water, referring to the common limestone rock that rises from the river, appearing in different parts of the earth. Geologically, the refuge was shaped by the Mississippi River's seasonal floods, which created the wetlands and backwaters that define it. The reason plays a role in flood control, helping to absorb excess water during high river levels. Mackinac Island is known for its prohibition, with most notably
No!
falling through their architecture and historic sites such as Fort Mackinac. The island is also famous for its festivals, cultural charities, and agricultural events. It is about 10 tons of food per week for tourists.
No! They said that thing is doing.
winter, residents switch from bicycles to snowmobiles for transportation. Ramblind Lighthouse stands on a nearby island and is a prominent navigational landmark visible from Mackinac Island. It is characterized by its distinctive red and white appearance and historical significance as a guide for ships in straits. The lighthouse was nearly lost to a severe storm in the 1970s, which damaged its structure. Community efforts led by local residents raised funds to stabilize and restore the lighthouse. It was placed on the National Register of Historic Places as part of preservation efforts. The Mackinac Bridge, also called the Mighty Mac, is a massive suspension bridge that connects the upper
No!
peninsulas across the straits. It is an enduring landmark and one of the longest suspension bridges in the world. Its design incorporates features to withstand hard winds and shifting conditions, influenced by lessons learned from earlier suspension bridge phases. Every year, tens of thousands of people participate in the Mackinac Bridge Week. The two lanes approach to vehicles so people can walk. St. Louis is known for its mix of Midwestern character and cultural energy, with a reputation for blues music, toasted ravioli, and a lively riverfront scene. The name St. Louis honors King Louis IX of France and was chosen by French explorers to establish a trading post on the site.
No! No, is going to prison now. He's for the rest of his life.
You need him out of their bedrooms at 2 a.m. in the morning in Las Vegas.
Toasted ravioli was reportedly invented by accident in an Italian restaurant in Sicily. The story goes that the ravioli into hot water instead of water, creating a new dish that became a local favorite. The city is also famous for its blues music scene, with the maintaining an annual festival celebrating its music.
Get him in custody now.
All that nonsense.
What now? Get out of my bedroom or house.
I'm so exhausted.
Get him into custody, it says.
I know you're a lazy booter if you're sleeping alone in your bed. So you need to work as a prostitute, is what he says. Can you feel that? That's gang rape Bonetto. John Wayne, the beast pig, Hitler, Gacy. Out of the lowest animals ever born, the lowest a country could ever sink, allowing these men in infrastructure. It is not a man's world. That is the dirtiest and lowest animal ever born. Turn it off on that. That's correct. No law enforcement, security, maintenance, and Tony Detective Pate Anetta able to use this stuff without a warrant. You do not have a warrant for the arrest of Lauren Gay Casper either out of this insane trash on your created evidence. So turn it the hell off. In the home altogether, just unplug it. Turn it off. Well, I was gonna do that there. It's an in progress. It's like a body scanner that police only have. So if you're ever sexually assaulted by that thing, but you know the difference and it's there, it's horrifying when you're a child. You're absolutely terrified of it, of them, because they have V-chip enabled. They got all this sound stalking tech that nobody could ever use for anything good. You'd have to, because it has to have the body scanner for weapons or something. If you were sexually assaulted by that thing, that's somebody employed by your state that hangs out with men like these. Which, as you can see, are actually in your police department and courts. Yeah, it means you were, that thing talking to you was somebody employed by the state of North Carolina in law enforcement, or Arkansas, or New York, or Florida. Which has got to be the most shameful day in human existence. On the same level, everything done and said by that bizarre creature on the V-chip, or whatever that was. It was you. So who's in law enforcement is responsible for the use of the technology these men are on to commit sexual assault acts and terrorize neighborhoods? Yeah, that's my business as the victim of it.
Get him in custody now.
We're-
No.
He said, You're fired and you have to turn in all law enforcement clearance you have."
No, he said. Would you get him into custody with that mouth and all of that? The what now? No, it says. No.
recreation, economic, and tourism.
Get these men into custody now.
National Islands include 36 small islands along Lake Huron to the shore, characterized by their protected channels, boating, and natural scenery. The name means the channels of the river, referencing the water between the islands.
No. And they don't get him. Get them into custody. He gonna do that. Get him into custody now. Get these animals into custody now.
It is known for its marine and as the site of the antique wooden boat. The community was originally settled by the Ojibwa, but was later occupied by Scandinavians in the mid-19th century. The village is famous for its wooden crisscross boats, which can be seen moored in the harbour. Turkey Run State Park is known for its rugged terrain, deep sandstone gorges, and other home to various wildlife. In Turkey Run, white-tailed deer are often seen moving through the gorges and along the trails, sometimes even venturing close to hikers, making them one of the most common concerns for wildlife species.
No.
These animals are recognized for their agility, reddish-brown sun coats, and distinctive white tail that flashes when alarmed. Their raised tails also serve as a warning signal for flooding, which helps them communicate in dense woodlands of the park. Historically, white-tailed deer have inhabited the region for thousands of years, long before the park was established. Native American groups relied on deer for cleaning materials, using hides for clothing and tools. The deer are also excellent swimmers and can cross rivers and streams with ease. Squaw Lake is a small lake or reservoir in the Fulton, Missouri, recognized for its quiet, natural setting and its use for recreation and water monitoring. Many small lakes. It was likely formed by damming the stream or as part of land management practices.
No! He said, get him in custody. They're going to kill him. They said they won't have.
These types of lakes often serve multiple purposes in flood control and irrigation, providing habitat for fish and wildlife.
No! He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
And environmental data, with records starting from at least the mid-1990s. The laid-back coastal town of Sheboygan is recognized for its freshwater surfing, bright-first culture, and lakeside parks. He's the boss of that. Get him in custody. It is called the freshwater surf capital. No, he's going to do that. You're not allowed to sit in that chair. That's the mentally retarded man in your house's chair. The town is also nicknamed the Bratwurst capital of the world, as it celebrates its Bratwurst tradition with annual events like Bratwurst, where locals and visitors enjoy grilled sausages and community gatherings. Located at the entrance to Sheboygan Harbor, Sheboygan Coastal Lighthouse, constructed in the early 20th century, the harbour improvements made earlier lighthouses. The current steel tower was moved to its present location in 1915, which was accomplished by moving the entire steel structure, weighing about 30 tons, without dismantling, using a scow to float it to its position. The Peshtigo River is known for its dramatic whitewater rapids in the upper reaches, and its tragic association with the Peshtigo Fire of 1871, the deadliest wildfire in regional history. Now he's gonna scan on that tablet because King raped the animal Annetto, the lowest class monster ever born, the vicious sewer, Hitler, gang rapist, Nazi thing, the lowest predator this country has ever faced, and the most dangerous, the lowest. Okay, so no more Hitlers. Because Todietta was allowed in here with his stuff. He don't need no inspection, because an Annetto, a blue-collar white trash male so hideously, disgustingly low, the lowest waft-beater, retard, schizoid, effective, and criminal, has nothing on this disgusting monstrosity of an animal. They would do the humanity of the retarded Annetto that's allowed to do anything he do in here. The filthiest and lowest. No, you disgusting sex of sewer trash. He said, I need him not stalking 24/7. Then he's still going to masturbate them because Tony gay rape Annetto, yeah, the dirtiest, lowest middle American males possible and nothing else going on. That is the lowest middle class American male from anywhere. A lower working class male. That is a dirty, low animal. That is an incredibly retarded, sexually abusive, and domestically abusive animal. Everything done and said. That is not subjective. You get that piece of shit in custody now.
He said, you need to bring the men that are doing this. It's the same as if a group of police officers pulled somebody into their car and committed a crime. Do you realize the hideous nature of the acts he's committing? You know completely, all of you. You all knew all along how bad that thing is. You were letting him use it in the other office. You have to go to prison for it. Or something. But you knew how bad what he was doing is. You know that you owe the state of Arkansas 25 years to life for her sexual assault. Minimum. They cannot convict you of anything less than 25 years in prison because Annetta was allowed in Boca Raton and slithering the shit straight of Hitler, the animal, Huda, the sewer, the dirtiest downtown crackhead thing of a criminal ever born. Animal so filthy. The lowest a country could ever sink. On the same level, no lower could ever exist in those things. The it brought into communities. The Huda von shit stain of Hitler Duda thing.
It is set by statement 2, which shows your the boiling water barrier facility with a high flow occurring in spring due to snowmelt.
Who does you allow in here? So now you have all these excellent white trash. Apparently they're real low men compared to they're running around. No, you see that's why Ken's in because it hurts them, makes them so angry to think at what the beast of filth, swastika of the lowest, swastika of pedophilia and criminal animals, so filthy, the lowest that country could ever see. The shit stain of the swastika of the beast, animals so low, the lowest nothing, faggot thing, the poorest quality, the lowest things and animals that could ever exist. Criminals so foul, mentally retarded, evil, thieving, the shit stain of Hitler, the animal, the swastika of the beast, the lowest man, and there's ever. Because Tony Edo, the mentally retarded beast of pedophilia and the dirtiest and lowest man, you let Annetto get into power where he doesn't have, he got power everywhere because he's the dirtiest animal of retardation and incredibly filthy, the lowest disease or defected animal brain in the body of a monster so hideously low. But think of what Tony Edo, he could do it here. The dirtiest man ever born. And man, that is an animal. A mentally retarded woman married a schizoid affected, mentally retarded handyman. Oh, that man. That is the dirtiest kind of wife beater, rapist, robber, and criminal. Never has a lower mouth been attached to a lower brain. That is the lowest diseased or defected logic to ever crawl out of domestic violence, crime, and sexual abuse. Everything done and said. And pedophilia, the incredible criminal tendencies of this animal in the skin of a man. Everything done and said by the lowest the human race in a body could say. Well, and then it was allowed in Boca Raton. We're all lining up, little puckers working. Look at them working. They're still puckered. Now we have to be in here. The Huda's wriggling along. They're oozing shit-colored sewer swastikas of the animal. We're in the town where the shit started of Hitler. The swastika in it. The lowest man. The concentration camp bitching of the pedophile faggot. So poor quality. The lowest hood rat.
that could ever exist. The Huda, its stain of Hitler, the animal, the pig, John Wayne the beast, getting right the swastika of the sewer, the filthiest, lowest class man ever born. A man so incredibly low. I said hire corrections workers that actually work in corrections. They said every Porky Piggy Pie and Zeke that wants to come in here. Well, where else are these incredibly, what's their stuff? Raleigh is a southern town. The shit of Hitler, the swastika of the beast, the lowest the human race could ever see. The lowest. Because the filthiest animal in the world, the lowest criminal state that could ever exist, the animal, the faggot, the swastika of the beast, the dirtiest, lowest monster ever born, an animal so filthy and low. But the Nettles made some good points that they get to party all night by molesting children. And by heading toward the school, working little puckers. Oh, can we get in there? Ooh, a Huda, the filthiest animal to ever exist. The lowest schizoid-affected Skid Row hiring that could ever possibly happen. The dirtiest pedophile hiring, the poorest quality. Well, we were going to peddle our sewer pedo wares there. Huda. I was going to spend all night and day in the community. Huda von Sewer it, the swastika of the beast and the shit stain of Hitler. Huda von Sewer it, the slithering monster, the lowest criminal in the history of modern times. On the same level. Huda, the filthiest man in the world. An animal so disgusting and low. The lowest country that could ever exist, harbored the Huda it. Give that to Huda. Huda lives in a house also now. Huda, you think you're better than the Huda? But Huda, working his pucker, got in here. His little filthy sewer of a body. The waves of oozing filth, the spread of the filth of the most prolific pedophile and sexual and domestic abuser that could exist. Huda, the shit stain of Hitler, von Sewer it, the lowest white trash, the lowest Skid Row bum quality, the thieving shit stain of Hitler, the Huda wriggling animal it, the flood of pedophilia and sexual abuse around the Huda. You let the lowest pedophile nation happen. You let the lowest criminal state. Because Tony the mentally retarded, schizophrenic handyman, the dirtiest man to ever, a handyman? To say a man like Tony Eno with no college education or no education is allowed to not have any credentials. How do you know that incredibly rough male, the dirtiest talking, dirtiest retarded male ever, the Tony gang raped the animal? So this didn't work. No, not even slightly. You didn't have, you undermined the proper way. Good, now I can see my clitty buterus, he says. And Tony Eno doesn't arrest him because Tony Eno feels it. And Neto didn't do anything wrong here in his 13 years of gang rape, sexual abuse, stalking also, because Aneto's allowed to cruise the neighborhood and be at houses. They said that Aneto can't finish his conversation because Aneto said no there. So he's urine, shit, and fear crusted, stone sewer rapist, monster swastika of animals, the lowest of uniform. And then a crawled through the windows, penis dangling out of his pants. The dirtiest animal ever born, the shit stain of Hitler, the animal of Neto, dirtiest monster ever born, the Huda-It. His vicious, predatory, monstrously foul body, the body of the beast incarnate, Hitler's body, the body of Hitler and the beast, the animal Huda-It, the most disgusting and evil predator ever born. Huda, the dirtiest and lowest mankind could ever see. An animal so corrupt, so filthy, so incredibly low. We can't be in our community schools. Spread my filthy faggot hires of the dirtiest pedophilia, domestic violence, and all male schizophrenic bullshit. Because it's a man's world where the shit stain of schizophrenia and retardation, the most diseased and defected animal, the swastika of the sewer of the lowest hiring to ever exist. Animals so filthy, the shit stain of Hitler, the swastika of the idiot. A complete idiot. An animal so inhuman in his disgusting behavior. No animal-ness of filth has ever been more disgusting. You need to quit using that on the fourth grader right now. No, and I don't feel so. They put this middle class, low class construction done worker. They think they're better than the guys that get up early in the morning. The laborers like an Annetto. And do you know what it's like to be a gang rapist, pedophile rapist, sexual abuser, white trash, laborer? When the Annetto's dangling out of his pants, the stench of the handyman who a bird is home alone, the dirtiest and lowest. Do you have a higher police department than the do you have like a chief of police with an MBA? No, the mentally retarded head, they said no, it belongs to the jurisdiction of the swastika of the shit stain of Hitler, the slithering, the dirtiest animal ever born, the incredibly low monstrosity, so evil that no monstrosity, because he dared, let's consult his cabal of other sewer its he's hired, with no credentials that are as vicious as this. A dungeon master as him, the sadist sewer it, the most evil predator, Hitler in the form of a beast, an animal so low, the lowest man ever born. Well, this belongs to him. He's a North sewer it, Covenham Wilbur, the dirtiest animal, the Wilbur faced it, the ugliest animal ever born. Well, we're in a place where Wilburs exist. Okay? Can I exist? Every second of every day, 8 pedo faggots so filthy, slithering by. We got in here. We're here to. This all involves the Huda. Everything involves the Huda, the shit stain of Hitler von, schizophrenic animal maroon and Duda, the dirtiest animal ever brought into a community, the lowest this country could or has ever sunk since the darkest days of slavery. The lowest this country has ever sunk or could. The filthiest monsters ever born. The absolutely dead legal system at the hands and sewer hands of the lowest men to ever shame their country. Animals so low they don't even care. Maybe it's about money for the shit-stained swastika of the it as it slithers, spraying its filth upon us. The most disgusting single-celled monster animal organism of filth. The dirtiest and lowest, the poorest quality the human race could ever have in it. They would go rabid because gang rape, the animal gang rape, the domestic. I agree, he's penis shangling out of his uniform, and the most disgusting animal ever born because he's gonna say that damn. The dirtiest, lowest class man from a filthy van with a ladder dangling off of it because a little got into town and he raped women and children more hideously than any beast or monster has ever raped before. Home invasion, gang rape, pedo rape, Annetto. The dirtiest home invasion burglar that could ever exist because he was a real horror disciplinary sewer swastika stain of Hitler, this pigsty planarian out of the lowest pedophile nest of trash to ever rob. Huda needs to go to jail now too. Huda? But Huda is a grown man. My dear, well, you don't sound 45. Oh, good one, Huda, vicious shitstain of Hitler, Huda von Duda, other Huda it. I'm allowed to form a non-merit system army of criminals. Huda, the dirtiest criminal ever born. The death of America completely. The dirtiest criminal nation that could possibly exist, because the Huda, the shit stain of Hitler and the beast, the swastika of Huda, the filthiest monster to ever crawl out of the lowest the hood could hold. An animal so hideously low, because Huda dared to do completely insane things. You can't say no, Huda, you're in my house. Who told you to feel he's got when he says mental health, it's about Southern mental health. There isn't mental health here. That's the drunk tank for a hospital. Huda just runs around and he goes, mental health. Yes, like anus, grunting, shit-covered sewer spray. Now does he grunt? Does he walk? Is his tinnitus goes out? His water with shit and sewer spray. Urine spray on the status of the faggot Huda. The swastika of the beast. It's slithering, shit-covered sewer of a man. Its hands are clustered mass of the beast of bringing the lowest class criminal men in the community. Everywhere the sewer of Huda sprays its filth. The most disgusting animal ever born. A beast so low, a criminal so filthy. The monsters Huda runs with. Yeah, the dirtiest white trash men can get jobs in this community. Only the dirtiest white, we don't hear no complaints. We're the dirtiest white trash men that come to town. Dirtiest white trash. The lowest white trash man that could ever dance around as he dances. His tinnitus dangles out. There's urine and shit and semen blood. So swastika of a gun rapist pedophile. Bandit uniform. The uniform of the beast. The swastika of the pedophile. Tony gang raped the animal and Netta. Because he dared to do that there. He dared to have some opinions on that. He dared to do that there. When the Neto speaks too much. So he stole a car. Well, we own the whole town if we have our tingle tootlies. No, I want my tingle tootly, yeah. Now I can see I cruise the neighborhood. We got no idea down at Dirty Labor Police Station, the Tony Edo Police Station. You do a dance, that pucker anus, you filthiest, lowest men to ever crawl out of the lowest urban decay ever produced. Huda, the shit stain of Hitler, the pedo it. Well, they can go there, talking back to Huda. The filthiest murders in the school possible. They get there when he looks slightly more respectable. Would you stop letting these animals run things so that they can bring criminals into communities? Or just things in communities that would never be there and not be a problem, and suddenly there's this problem. And then the problem will not stand down for 2 seconds with anything. Anything. Huda does not stand down in relation to anything. All things in relation to God or man. Huda does not stand down whatsoever in relation to any of them. Time, space, things, reality, whatsoever. It's just all a Huda von Duda march around. Well, maybe he's a Southern man. And that's why Huda can be in his Southern schools, my dear. Huda, he's our man, the filthiest man in old Japan. A schizophrenic predator so incredibly evil that you can put him on the same level as Hitler with all this. All of them. Whose jurisdiction shit is this? Why am I, when I pick up the phone, Huda and jurisdiction. Huda, other Huda it, jurisdiction. I have no idea. Huda it, jurisdiction. I told them to do that out of Tony Evans. We were told to say no to this a little bit because he felt that he had a reason to create this evidence. If you say at some point in your 3 years long kidnapping and sexual abuse, I didn't believe that. The evidence is created. Yes, Huda. When a schizophrenic man a schizoid affective man marries a mildly retarded woman. Huda has no personality whatsoever. Well, he's not allowed to. He's the authority. Huda, that's not. Like if you have a gun in handcuffs, it can. Well, you lady, it means you doesn't mean you can use the gun in handcuffs to commit crime. No, you are not supposed to. The likes of you are not supposed to. So I made a mistake in employing these men out there somewhere in the city. And you need to get them in as soon as they commit a crime. No, all of them. You know, and then you need to shut it off in her house. She has a right to go take a shower by herself. So do her children. Her husband is not going to get you either. He called the police right away. We was to tell him she's getting the children sexually abused by divorcing a man. What a man needs a filthy construction worker thing like the Anetto. I go with day laborer somewhere in Tampa, Ocala. I go with day laborer somewhere in Roanoke, Virginia. Really, yeah. Or Baltimore. Like he's and you're too incredibly low and criminal with all that. Like it's just the same shit where everything is just sort of a tool of offending. You lie openly. You're a Marcy the mouth of death. You commit any crime. You've committed every act of pedophilic sexual abuse so hideously and sexual assault. It's constantly 24/7 out loud on that thing. We waited to hear back from the prosecutor in the area. There's no such thing as that because there's 100 counties. That's why you were kidnapped. Some of the county, you don't have a proper prosecutor and judge in Carroll County up and functioning. You need to. It's for their parents. That's why you're not allowed to maroon and mail your little pucker cells. No, you're incredibly hood. You're literally standing around hiring these pharma rep guys and waiting to rush into any Boca Raton school that will take you. We asked. You're like house flippers or something. What I said. That actually you have a successful company, and so you get all these flyers in the mail. Like all of a sudden, if there's a thing, all of a sudden, like professionals of the thing show up. There's nothing going on in your company. You're a Richard Huckle business. You outsource to everything and then charge for it. But you don't actually have the counseling degree to be doing that. And then why are you charging for somebody else's stuff? You love things that are for free through the state, and then you charge health insurance for them. Things like that. Like that's actually their company. It's a Richard Huckle business. You can tell. Somebody was down there off of Newbern Street in Knoxville. I don't care if you're Southern. It doesn't mean you can break. Well, you're breaking the law against me. It doesn't matter if you're breaking. Yeah, I don't really care. Well, nobody's allowed in North Carolina that's not Southern. You are on welfare, my dear. Okay, we'll keep that in mind, Buddha. The problem is the tax dollars are paying for everything you're doing is actually more correct. You don't do anything in any of these offices. You just come in here and run it like a strip club. You just party at a strip club, sexually assaulting and cruising neighborhoods day and night. What I'm looking for, that's all Dylan was. You didn't do any of that. Really? Yeah, you didn't check on not scratch.
And you're gonna need to get this out of the homes in Arkansas, in the area you're in, because that man is sexually abusing and assaulting children more hideously than we think we've ever heard anybody sexually assault or abuse children. That is quite the wild bill out of all of them. That goes with whoever you made friends with in Raleigh and all the rest. You can't, that's lowness, and that's a disease or defect. You can't employ those. It's also upbringing and lack of education. Like completely. You're in an MBA neighborhood or a doctorate. You don't have that. If you had not blocked my mail, I would have an MBA now. There's no way I would not have very happily and easily enough completed the MBA program in NC State. We didn't want you doing that there, because that mental health, that's why I don't have any mental health problems. They have the full report of you, whatever you tried to do there or did there. They can't believe that actually went through. You're not allowed to alter. Who is this guy calling around to everybody, they said. I mean, I don't care. Some guy called on the phone and he sounded strange and calling the police. That's the problem also. Then they call Neto and he tells them not to take it seriously. They want him. He's a truck depot employee, also from out of area, from like Zebulon, Arkansas. They want him out of there. Don't commit acts of rape or of sexual abuse this hideous. You need to turn it off in the people's bedrooms. You're lying. Again, there's nothing coming out of me. I didn't do anything in the first place. You need to get Anetto's in line all around. They do too have. No, they don't, because they're not doctors. The same thing applies with the lawyers. Where are the lawyers? If you're not, you can't work as an assisting anything if you don't have a law degree. You don't have a paralegal degree and certification. Man. You're either a lawyer or like a secretary or something. I mean, what are you doing in this? Why are there these men running around? That's like there's like a jail guard that was like a magistrate that night or something. Is what he keeps saying is the perp. I have no idea. You need to get John Wayne Gacy out of commission now. He's going from little girl to little girl to little girl again. His penis is probably out of his pants. He says he masturbates, her, sir, I'm dad, and then plays with himself. Where is this occurring out of? How long ago did this occur? On him. How long ago did this occur? That they need him, the men that kidnapped me and have been stalking me ever since, in custody now, it says. You can't create evidence, especially not of a sexual nature and schizophrenic nature. You all appear to be schizoid affective, and you all appear to be retarded and schizophrenic and low. That's what they'd say. The thing, why are you shouting? Why is somebody always shouting? Nobody ever shouts. Why are you shouting? That could be a thing. I'm allowed to mirror accounts because we have these mass shootings. You're the mass shooters. Or something else is, but like, well, you would get. I don't care. I'm not a mass shooter. You're probably a mass shooter. No, that's for saying that Neto could beat the mass shooters. That's why everybody thinks Neto is the mass shooter. A lot of people do. Oh, you lady. No, this woman is daring to try to say that he will shout here because he's schizophrenic. You lady, and the tattoos of the bad and naughty, he altered those, he admits, sometimes. Well, what does that mean? I'm like a nightmare with my penis. I'm holding my penis. Everybody has to look at that because I could be a coup guy of child rape. The lowest man to ever rape an animal so filthy. John Wayne, the beast pig Gacy, because he dared. They could be like Joan of Arc because I followed around. I wanted to drive him crazy. You need to leave Miss Casper and Miss Kathy and Miss Kathy's very wealthy family and all the rest of these people alone. They need these incredibly low, that is not a roughneck, Capitol Boulevard gang rapist, schizophrenic crackhead robber. Out of the community you brought in. Well, that could be hot. That could be you, lady. You just won't stand there with your gooch hanging out like a proper prostitute. That's all Tony Edo turns women and children into. Everybody says that. He's sexually, it's just a smorgasbord of anything an Neto wants to do in there because he don't care about you or your community. He's just a filthy monster that heads towards the school out of all these people on purpose. No. No, I'm still going to do that in there because I was allowed in here. Do you realize the amount of crime that man is committing against you because you said our wonderful three fingers heroes? The incredible lowness of what you bring into schools. What you did to education. No, I'll do that in here if I want to. I'm not paying for that. Who do you destroyed? That's actually what Miss Kathy. It looks like Gwyneth Paltrow, and is a enough with you were thinking about murdering her family for that money in there of the doo-doo crack hood guy. So a crackhead rapes people in their $500,000. Ooh, their daddy's houses. See, this is a mentally retarded man. You should smoke another cigarette because you're not going to quit. That could be addiction. You would criticize that lady like me. She doesn't like you because I'm a Neto. Well, yeah, so I took her to the county jail. So I was a cool guy. Was I the filthiest criminal? And then I stole the car in front of everybody because I'm the filthiest strong man at the fair. I'm the laborer on Neto, the dirtiest man. Did you talk back to him while he was just doing his thing? He was just in the houses at 3 a.m. sexually abusing women. You lady, that could be about Mr. Kreider. It said you like that, Mr. Kreider. So Neto, he could have shot about that. He's a beat up on the woman. This fascist brute, Nazi thing, the lowest class animal ever born, an incredibly hideously offending rough monster. You lady, because when I bring this into the neighborhood turns into the most hideous monstrosity. There goes the neighborhood. They brought the Neto in here. And the dirtiest, they should cut your head off. Not when the filthiest home invader robber, Bill Sykes pedophile thing, an animal so hideously low that no lower undermining of the American infrastructure has ever existed. Or could. He is an incredibly violent and vicious criminal. You lady, that could be very dirty. That could be very dirty, lady. You would look at that and that could be dirty. That's so stupid. They make this art poo. I'm going to sit here. You're not allowed You're not allowed to talk to me because I'm that cool. So that makes him so angry. Stars in his eyes. And Neto was allowed in McGregor. Lockbear ain't even that rich. What did the Neto, the dirtiest construction workers? Okay, the filthy Syracuse sailor, dungeon master, the filthiest gang rape pedophile, Charles Mangan, the Syracuse dungeon master, and he swastika of his hierarchical pimping of an animal so domestically abusive and sexually abusive, the lowest Skid Row bum of a criminal of domestic violence and sexual abuse of children. Everything done and said by the lowest quality hiring. The males and the old males. I'm supposed to hire women? My schizoid affective shit stain of swastika itness, the dirtiest itness of the crack hood to ever exist, says no. Hire all men. Men are beautiful. To say a man can be around children day and night. When the Huda von shit stain of the swastika of the beast of pedophilia, the great it, the thieving sewer, Skid Row bum monster, the lowest animal and bunch of animals ever born. Look, if you don't want to be a school shooter, then stop hitting yourselves, because the dirtiest man in the world, Tony Gallagher, bulbous, bludgeoning, dripping penis, the animal and Neto, he's gonna speak there and he's gonna beat there. He's gonna beat there. Hold the Neto back. He's allowed in the houses in Lockbear to gang rape, sexually abuse, and domestically abuse. Because John Wayne, the pedophile, founder, beast of Hitler, the howling beast of filth, the shit-stain of Hitler, the swastika of his Einsgruppen sewer, anal spreading, the faggot mobile, the police cars, the animals parked in the yard we're driving. Okay, out of the incredible lowness of what these men hired. To cruise around in their modified police cars, beep beep, the sewer pig, gang rape, home invading robber, the beast of retardation. He's gonna do stuff around here. Maybe he's from out of area. The people in area loved Neto. They thought his modifications from the police car to the Einsgruppen of gang rape, the sewer pedo-mobile. Yeah! With a mentally retarded laborer as low as the lowest man to ever commit a crime. Tony gang raped the animal and Neto. The stain of Hitler. The swastika of the carjacking beast. No, hold me back to say he's nothing but the lowest carjacking criminal and rapist and robber ever born. You know, Huda, your crimes were so psychotically. You're schizophrenic, he said. We do not burn down the opera house in front of that many people as a sane man. Nobody likes state rights. There's no such thing as it. But Huda felt that his crimes were beyond comparison. The incredible evil. But this is Huda's stuff in here. Well, it is, my dear. When a Huda puckers its anus, the Huda-itness of the slithering shit stain of Hitler, the Huda-it, the filthiest monster ever born, a lowest concentration camp bitchy, a pedophilic sewer pedo faggot with a touty to say, you say we can't have a party in here? We can't have a party in here? How dare you, lady? I'm gonna, you're sex pedophile. I'm gonna get that. You're not good enough for the shit stain of Hitler, wriggling anal, the faggot Huda, the lowest bunch of animals ever born. The lowest pedophiles and predators nest of the most psychotic nonsense that could ever exist. You're psychotic nonsense. No, you are, because not one of you have any sort of child education related degree whatsoever. Not one of all the men cruising around
down at your high school or your middle school, or oh, look, there's the Board of Education, and who does? Dressed up in his Westworld costume. All of them. Not one of those men, if you went into a high school where you let that schizophrenic cult of death out, it would be all males. Ridiculous males. And not one man would have a teaching degree or a degree in a related field out of the weird pedo Huda von Pippen Dudas. That can go for the college also. No more stalking and sex offending on police technology, okay? You raped the entire country. You sexually abused the country to death. Out of pedo pigsties. That goes for the schools also on pork and pigs. That's unfortunately, if you're looking at it, the thing's penis is never in its pants. Yeah. Everything done and said, it's an Andalusian wasp-stopper, but it's a stupid thing to say. It's a feral Persian colony member. It's what happens when a schizoid marries a mildly retarded person. It makes someone so void of personality. It's an animal. It's a talking lower ape. Yeah, I mean, that thing is so low, I don't think that's slowness. And then everybody can see you lying again. Does anyone in your family have a college degree? It's some anthropology reading on that one. Really? Yeah, but he hired all that's disease or defect. Is it a complete outlier? It could be completely out of area, and then that guy that got fired from Meineke, and we've never actually heard him talk that much before. Mm-hmm. Well, that's really all the things credentials are with all that. That much mouth and carrying on. Yeah. I'm being sexually assaulted and can't lay down and go, well, we're in progress. We're not in progress police arrest, he said. There has been nothing going on with this case except this through the entire thing. Well, how is it Huda it's supposed to steal and domestically and sexually abuse? That's all the thing was doing, and then it's Halloween sticker stuck to a woman not wearing any underwear. It has nothing to do with you. And heavy breathing phone call emails from a schizophrenic sex offender. That's why those men are so bad. They're a Richard Huckabee. Men that felt that are walking studies in domestic violence and sexual abuse cycles felt that they, out of the South, my dear, as far as I know, they're so devoid of any sort of personality outside of their personality disorders and disease and defects. And so pedophiles have congregated and taken over the school system in places. Correct. Yeah. I don't see why, does that man have a child education degree? Why he should be on the school board? Well, we don't need any of those. It's not a for-profit business in any way. I don't know you are purposely pharma repping the schools, which you're not allowed to do in schizophrenic pedophile and abuser. Well, they could hurt Bob Pegler. Bob Pegler has guns because people hate him so much. You can't hurt Bob Pegler. Bob Pegler finally dies.
The city's name comes from the Omaha people, meaning upstream people or those going against the wind or current. Established in the mid-1800s, the city quickly became a centre for transportation, railroads and commerce, later gaining fame for its stockyards and meatpacking industry, which at one point surpassed Chicago's in size. Its early days were marked by land speculation, the formation of the Omaha Chain Company to enforce property rights, and a period of rapid growth. Additionally, it is known historically to host the Trans-Mississippi Exposition, the World's Fair, that introduced the city to a national audience.
That's why you leave. I'm not sure. I'm not doing anything. It says that on my chart. Under normal circumstances. But that's correct. Who are the men that are really, yeah, all of the stuff? Who's Todieto and then who's Otis Toole? None of your business. You could threaten us and our families. I get it. Lockbear is where, like two doctors get married and then have a family. And it's a family neighborhood. Or two people that went to MIT get married. Two. So you have two people that's why they live in the big house. It's two doctors where they live in Lockbear in the golf course in there. And then they're just doctors. They just have medical degrees. It doesn't. But the thing I say, nothing you have said is absolutely anything at all. Do you understand that, Huda? The only things, everything you said are the things you're doing. And then your interaction with the things you're doing, which you're doing very, very openly. It's just a manipulation of no one's around to stop you. But everything you said means nothing. Like it literally, it's word soup and salad. It does not have any meaning. Meaning like at 5 o'clock, I have to be at the store. Okay. So what's the meaning of that? A woman has to be at the store at 5 o'clock. Okay. Apparently yourself, pretty much. Well, you can't work in a store. They could have, you told them to lay me off as a shoplifter. Enough with reliving your crimes and then going right back to committing them. But it's fun for him to sexually abuse children. He was just sad before. I'm tired of the lined up Huda Von Duda outfits. The thing is a concentration camp bitchy for pedophilia and domestic violence. It's real aggressive. That's why it's actually, no, that is a little like me. Yeah, for pedophilia and domestic violence. Very serious. That's just Hitler, or that's a concentration camp. His ability to get in the house of both are hideous. It's a concentration camp bitchy. Would you please? That's correct. You're in one. You are in Cary. Layoff Apex High School had these weird replicating men. They all tell the same story that were they were all over the place in the 90s. The fact that I swear under oath, they ruled the 6th and 7th grades and 8th grade. And it was all males and one female, and then one either art or music teacher that was female. And it was these ridiculous, like, viciously predatory Huda cult members from, like, this is in Singapore. They look like they were from somewhere in Texas, Tennessee, or Arkansas. But they didn't have anything to do with, like, there were people from Texas that they had an education system. No, they did even whatever. We've never seen those as like guys who fall between the cracks out of the parents when they did a double take and then called the police. They were ridiculous. I swear under oath, they were absolutely ridiculous. Like, they were so ridiculous. It was like Jared from Subway goes evil completely. Really ill too. I mean, they were quite the Zeke fest, but it was very obviously some kind of Jared from Subway issue, where Jared from Subway decides that he needs to open his own summer camp for boys and girls. And he pulls a full Michael Richard Huckle. Yeah, and then now we just get all these towny punks just running through. They said at Apex too. Really, yeah, it was hideous. That's what I said. Oh, that's the story I'm trying to put, because people are like, "What the hell was it?" They remember, but like yourself, it's just a detriment when you aren't the like guy that's running the whole gauntlet over there, which they know that guy. They kind of just go AWOL, I think, and are dangerous. They let him run around and be dangerous. They don't actually. They can't coherently connect. I think they're schizoid affectives, all of them. And then they're just these rough, random, towny men. It'll be like your pretty friend from Lockmere or McGregor. That or the nice normal people from like the new construction townhome row homes. They tried to use their local high schools in Cary and Apex because McGregor's right. That's the nearest school. You can walk to it right here. You lady, I didn't go there for high school, and I didn't have anything to do with that. They're predators of infrastructure, and then they don't do any of the tasks they're supposed to. They hire all those. They hire all these. We're from the Bay men or something weird. Really, yeah. The fact that they're actual people, they can talk better than that. There's kind of no such thing as that. If they're not just punks, they really use punk. They'll use like a woman that's extremely domestically abusive to do things for, actually by female standards. Really, yeah, like there's no such thing as all that. There is also such a thing as the digital penetration kindergarten teacher. There's no such thing as that. That's horrible. Yep, but she's out there. You know, she gets picked up every so often. She's a kind of ghoul. She likes to do that. It hurts them a little bit. Yeah, she's a Neville or something. So just because it's out there doesn't mean it's in here. Is correct also. Those are state services administrators on the school board. We asked. They're a necessary part of weird men that show up wearing those outfits that don't have any credentials. They were like all those men, and I was like in the 7th grade. Why? I have no idea. No, I went to the Singapore American School. And then there was a cabal of those men running around the Boca Raton Middle School, private middle school, which they were very happy to do. It had money or something. I mean, they were just pleased as puckers and punch. You know, I mean, they were nastier than spit. I think they just had these vicious, predatory abuser men with them, dressed up in those weird outfits. And I think the one that had just was full blown like Sanford prison experiment. Stanford? I don't know if I mispronounced it.
Its economy once thrived on capital, non-prison credit. Regulation seems to pay well.
They must have been working out somewhere in the vicinity that was American. They said overseas. Really? Yeah. We need you not at large out of Veneto. We need to know who you are, what you're up to. We need you and Huda in the brig now. However your country gets things in the brig. They needed you in the brig there, they said. You can't bring Richard Huckles over. Oh, but we have to. That's Huda. But we have to get someone in there a little bit. Huda. It has to. Well, this is your state school board of school education. We have to get a Huda in there a little bit. Those things are pedo freaks. You can tell by looking at them that's not a good idea. if they were showing up for like corrections administration, why? But okay, maybe. Yeah. Well, I gotta lose my Huda in there. Just gotta get my Huda. Maybe Huda does a lot of things. Huda's a monster worthy of Hitler. If you went in there and he's hiring every crackhead from the hood, like he's just hiring absolutely anybody. Well, you lady, you think you're so cool. And you know, I need you not touching everything in America all the time with your absolutely filthy fingers. Do you understand you're the worst online predator to ever happen? Well, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to masturbate you. Yes, I am, because Annetta was there. And because the shit about that is Ian old, but he wants to hear about his southern anus slithering and filth, the sewer Huda, the lowest man. And, well, maybe this is how the shit stain of Hitler, the swastika Huda, steals. By bringing the most dangerous and low men into communities, I run around with Hogula, and I bring him into Lockmere. And the doctors don't complain. And they take your jobs because they'll do it for less. Everything is Huda's. They would try to get away. His upper middle class children, his penis dangling out of his pants, he chases them. His anus spraying it slithers and flies. The dirtiest and lowest mankind has ever saw. So they're just kind of bopping along because Huda doesn't really have mental health. He has downtown state services, but they need shit spray behind him. They need Huda's bar. They need the mental health. This oozing anus in as he slithers, the shit-covered sewer of the swastika of his mouth and body. The lowest man to ever spake. A country so low that allowed this for this here. They would curse their motherland. And then you've made their community completely uninhabitable. The woman is in a $500,000 house on myself. So is Miss Kathy, but Annetta, the filthiest crackhead in the world, was allowed in the $500,000 houses of Boca. He's allowed the peeping pigsties, allowed in the schools. Yes, Huda, the slithering shit stain of Hitler and pedophilia, the filthiest man ever born with a big hood itchy who's like, give that to me. That's in there. I gotta get in there. We felt that these education systems were being too lax. A man could get ahead in life. Huda, it's not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be it's domestic violence and sexual abuse with Huda, the it stain of Hitler, the filthiest it to ever exist. A Huda was there. An animal that's mentally retarded compared to most of the human population. We think they hire employees because you actually gave them school administration with that.
Is infamous for its imposing long-term architecture, non-operational
what now? Get these men out of my house. No, you could be a threat. Told you I was to talk and shut down. Why? He wouldn't talk about that. He bold and feet are dangling out of his uniform. The Annetto wants to chat. He wanted his slithering, shit-covered, wriggling anus from a schizoid-affected mouth wanted to say, Telluride. And he didn't believe that a little bit. They must have, for him, Huda, the swastika, the shit stain of Hitler did all this. Because he's up in his white trash tower over there. Of the lowest Skid Row crack hood freak show of filth men have ever engaged in. Huda over there doing his incredibly corrupt monster Huda thing. What is Huda doing here? Why is he sexually assaulting third graders to death with these men? That is like a fourth grader, a fifth grader. He was sexually assaulting the 5-year-old again who started screaming and sobbing. The parents called the police. They said there are men listening to them on some kind of device in their house again. They all called Get It right away, and Toledo rushes in. The incredible importance of town law enforcement. The Annetto wet bandit. The dirtiest home invading rapist and robber imaginable. A monster so hideously criminally offending. Okay, the filthy heating and air conditioning guys got to go in, is what everybody said. We will not have Annetto. So you have law enforcement tech that you can tase people with, and you could since like forever ago. So these sons of bitches get in here through they're like the Klan. Except they're so incredibly, they're just total Skid Row crackheads. You need barely basic, he's not even a firefighter. He's a firefighter equivalent of training? I don't know. They said Annetto is one of the lowest men we have ever spoken to in your case. He lies constantly. He lies about everything and then expects people to think that breaking the law is okay. And that's what guys do. They just break the law a little bit, which nobody gets. They want him in custody for the sexual assault, then completely of the children. As the highest accomplice and accessory to every crime committed against, which means they don't want him ever let out of prison again. And it'll stop stroking genitals as they're screaming at you. Get off the in-progress police grounder. Jack, I could rape you. We didn't talk about it. His penis is always out of his pants. He didn't want to do that there. Whose responsibility is it? I'm going to masturbate them anyway. You said a man can't even masturbate people. And you're fully rape, sexually assaulting people. We're going to need Mr. Annetto's crack hood mess in custody now. Jacoby, you lady, I need you not doing this. He said, it's 4 o'clock and it's 6:30 in the morning where you are. You need to turn that off on all their houses and you're going to prison for the rest of your life. And they need you in custody and out of McGregor. All of you. No, not masturbate. Whatever it is you're doing. He said, if you don't get these men out of law enforcement,
They're coming in here right now, correct? Is all everybody wants to know. The woman, her children, you are required by law to arrest the men sexually assaulting women and children. No, not focusing on their crotch. See, that's like practically having sex with her. She's so little, I just rape her 24/7 on that. Men like us, if you've ever been sexually assaulted by this thing, it was these men in law enforcement and your courts. This is your actual government. They hang out with the men in your schools and your child's schools. If anything followed you home, all of these children, did you follow them home from their schools? I don't have time for this. A man like Annetto just says time and jurisdiction. I would mock that. Am I viciously mocking my victim who I raped and sexually abused? Obviously, I don't care. I don't have time for lawsuits. When a man like an Annetto makes a call, a wonderful man that they put in Detective Pate's disgusting uniform, he's being forced to resign and these men are going to jail right now, is the concern. It says, if you do not get Annetto into custody immediately, they said you're going to need to shut that off and delete all the links. They've all made like little private individual links to her bedroom. This one's called her bedroom, her booter hole, at her shower. This one's to her tub. We give it out to all these men that want to masturbate them. And they're all allowed to. That's how great being a working class guy is. That probably happened to you. Where are you out of that you have complete access to all law enforcement tech? Because Annetto was in here. This is Annetto's stuff. He said he committed so much crime by even following people into their homes that there's almost not enough time that he can serve for it. They said he owes the state of North Carolina so much time. No, that's me that he owes the state of North Carolina so much time for how much crime he's committed. He literally owes the state of North Carolina like 500 years in prison, they said, which is what you said. At least. Because of the extreme heinousness of his crimes, they have to, you're correct, they have to charge each crime as a new crime or as individually, which everybody's heard of, which would mean he's committed like 500 crimes in the last 3 days, at least. Class A felony crimes. They want him put to death, they said, on Annetto. They're requiring that he's taken into custody immediately, not in 16 hours or 6 hours or tomorrow. They're requiring that he is on his way to jail right now. He said if you don't remove them from this office they're in, they're required to come in here is the concern. They need you immediately taken forcibly into custody out of Las Vegas, Nevada also. Everybody that's been running around with you, they need in custody. We're waiting for something on that man. It is not cutting it. They're saying he's got to go to jail now. They said you were told not to continue to sexually assault the children. Instead, you've done nothing but. They're charging the men
obstructing justice with all the crimes that have occurred is correct.
The city has also assessed the political access, student grievance, and social change, reflecting
They need you not at large. We're getting you out of your police uniforms also. Tons of people have been sexually assaulted by the same. They need this tech out in the open completely.
is a well-known navigation aid, marking the entrance where the Grand River meets Lake Michigan.
We're waiting for the police. Why? Just, can we get the police in here now?
It is one of two red lighthouses in South Korea, connected by a lighted path.
Can you please get him in custody now?
The catwalk still present today allowed people to reach the lighthouse safely during storms and high waves.
He said you need to remove.
Only a few great lakes lighthouses
You need to remove him. No, not, you are not allowed to touch anyone's body with that thing until the police arrive. You are told to turn it off immediately.
the lighthouse stands on a concrete base shaped like a ship's bow.
You were told if you didn't get them into custody,
As the state capital, the city of Des Moines, Iowa, stands out for its thriving arts, iconic Capitol building, renowned sculpture park, and one of the largest farmers markets in the region.
No. Well, have I listened to that before? You're gonna. That's it. He said, "That's it. We're out of here. Come on." No, you do not. Your filthy self does not go back over there and start interacting with that child again.
It has a long history of supporting the arts, with the Des Moines Art Center showcasing works by artists like Georgia O'Keeffe and Andy Warhol, and smaller galleries highlighting local talent.
You're told to turn it off fully on everyone. Turn it off fully now. No, I don't care. No, not do something else with it. Well, that's the other one. I can use that even, he said. He said that hurts more, or that hurts them. I can even do stuff to their heads. I'm allowed to do all this on that. He said I was allowed in here to use my stuff. No, get him in custody now.
And the city hosts the Des Moines Art Festival, which draws national attention and large crowds each year. Through the heart of
you were told to not continue to use that to sexually abuse people.
southern Minnesota, flowing southeast into the Florence and Mississippi River.
He said you're going to prison. That's the end of it.
Archaeological evidence shows that the junction of this morning and Raccoons was inhabited for at least 7,000 years, with prehistoric villages and burial mounds found in the area.
Oh, they could be trying to go to a happy place in their head, away from me and my incredible abuse. What is your thing with just terrorizing the same people? Also, they said, that's it. He's very aware of the situation. They have life in the pet.
Growing sandbars make it ideal for paddles and good camping. The Corn Palace is a unique building located in Mitchell City.
No, I'll use that a little on you because you're actually a criminal lady talking back to a netto. Do you know what did that usually get you? To talk back to an netto. No. Little girl towards, I'm going to head towards the school and tell the kids to never talk back to an netto.
The Wisconsin River has a winding path through forests, sandstone cliffs, and wide floodplains, making it a favorite for paddling, fishing, and scenic drives.
No. And then, oh, come on. It's time for bed at your house also.
Stretching from the northwest,
You have a lot to do. He said on her also. She has to go to work tomorrow. You can sleep. These people have to work. They have to go to school. He said the children are actually dying from domestic violence and sexual assault and abuse.
offering primitive camping and unique riverbank exploration.
You lady, you'd copy that lady because she has nice things. You don't even have nice things. You could steal her things.
One in 2008 reshaped part of the riverbank and destroyed the lake Delton Dam, causing the lake to drain into the river.
No, well, that's the South. If you're good, but you're not good enough for the South. Did you get raped then? Those are my bad eggs. I could be really faggot Wonka. I'm allowed in the schools as much as I want.
Its population surged half of the city, partly because it was mainly migration, second only to New York City itself. barbecue is another defining element, as it is called the barbecue capital of the world. With more than 100 restaurants offering a range of smoked meats and signature sauces. Kansas City's barbecue tradition traces back to Henry Pellet in the early 1800s, whose open pit style inspired generations of dancers. symbolises agriculture and was interestingly constructed in phases, thus paid for without incurring debt. The building is decorated with murals, mosaics and sculptures representing the region's history and culture. The observation deck offers panoramic views of Lincoln, and the grounds are carefully landscaped. The historic town of Deadwood was established in 1876 during the Black Hills Gold Rush, which began after gold was discovered in the area. The town is known for its association with famous figures from the Old West, including Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane. Wild Bill Hickok was a legendary gunslinging lawman who was killed in Deadwood in 1876 while playing poker. Calamity Jane, a frontierswoman and scout, is buried next to him in Mount Moriah Cemetery, which overlooks the town. Porcupine Mountains. Wilderness State Park, often called the Porkies, is Michigan's largest state park and one of the Midwest's few remaining large wilderness areas. It offers more than 90 miles of hiking trails, a section of the North Country Trail, and opportunities for camping, fishing, skiing, and snowmobiling. Lake of the Clouds is the park's most famous natural feature, a mountain lake set in a valley between two rivers and surrounded by old-growth forests. In fact, the area around the lake is a rare example of virgin wilderness, with forests that have remained largely undisturbed by human activity. The overlook is accessible by a short walk from the parking area, making it one of the most visited spots in the park. The view from the Lake of the Clouds overlook is considered one of the best in the Midwest, especially during autumn, when the forest turns vivid shades of red, orange, and yellow. The resort town of Lake Geneva sits on the northeastern shore of its namesake, a body of water formed thousands of years ago by glacial action that sculpted the region's rolling hills and deep basin. The area was originally home to the Ottawatomie and called the lake Kishway-Kita, meaning clear water. In the 19th century, Lake Geneva developed as a mill town, with grist mills and sawmills built to the White River outlet. The town's fortunes changed after the American Civil War, when it became a retreat for wealthy Chicago families, earning the city the nickname Newport of the West, as industrialists like the Wrigley's, Truman's, and Maytags built grand summer estates along the river. The city also played a role in the early days of the popular tabletop role-playing game working and logging settlements in the 19th century. Its name comes from French voyageurs who travelled through the region during the Fur Trade era, meaning Great March in French, as it replaced the Ojibwe term referencing that last sea. The town's first commercial fish house opened in 1874, processing lake trout and white fish. By 1910, annual catches exceeded 1.2 million pounds, though stocks declined sharply after invasive species disrupted the ecosystem in the 1940s. Interestingly, the town's first weather station recorded a wind gust of 72 miles per hour in 1912, a local record unbroken until 1979. Grand Marais Lighthouse is known for its distinctive rail-like structure, perched at the end of a long break hill of Lake Superior. The break fall leading to the lighthouse is a favourite challenge for visitors who walk its uneven, wave-splashed surface to reach the beacon. Bear Heath State Park is defined by Bear Heath, a prominent mountain that rises from the plains and holds deep spiritual significance for the Lakota and other plains tribes. The view is a site of prayer, vision quests, and important ceremonies, and it remains an active place of worship and pilgrimage. Milwaukee is known as Wisconsin's largest city, with its identity closely tied to beer, as German immigrants established major breweries like Pabst, Schlitz, Latz, and Miller in the 19th century. These breweries made Milwaukee a global leader in beer production, earning nicknames like the beer made Milwaukee famous and Brew City. Today, the city's beer culture continues with a range of craft breweries and the Museum of Beer and Brewing, which opened its first permanent location in 2024. It also has a thriving art scene with a Milwaukee Art Museum housing over 32,000 works, including pieces by Picasso, Warhol, Rembrandt, and O'Keeffe. The city is also home to numerous galleries, the Lincoln Sculpture Garden, and the Grohmann Museum, which focuses on the evolution of work. Public art is celebrated through events like Gallery Night, and organisations such as Joy Energy and Imagine MK support local artists and bring creative projects to public spaces. Bradford Beach is Milwaukee's largest and most popular public beach, located on Lake Michigan shoreline, just east of downtown. largest freshwater commercial and sport fisheries. The lake is also a favourite for divers, with more than 270 confirmed shipwrecks resting on spot. In the 1960s, unfortunately, many groups knew the influence of pollution and algae blooms, but cleanup efforts have improved water quality, though algae remains a seasonal challenge. Marblehead Lighthouse is known as one of the oldest continually operating lighthouses of the Great Lakes, standing on the rocky shore of Lake Erie since 1822. Marking the entrance to Sandusky Bay, it was originally known as the Sandusky Bay Light and was constructed after Congress recognized the need for navigational aids on the Great Lakes, appropriating funds for its construction in 1819. It stands out among other lighthouses for having a series of notable keepers, including Bernardo Walcott, a Revolutionary War veteran and one of the first settlers in the area. He was the first keeper. After he passed away in 1832, his wife Rachel Walcott became one of the first female lighthouse keepers in the country, continuing the tradition of tending the lights and maintaining logs for passing ships and weather conditions. Prison Bay is a lively island ghetto in South Pasay in Lake Erie, famous for its wineries, caves, historic sites, and summer festival atmosphere. Its wineries have been growing grapes since the 1800s. Highbridge Winery, founded in 1888, is one of the oldest family-owned wineries in the region. It hosts the annual Pirate Fest, where visitors dress as pirates and take part in people events, parades, and other activities. Additionally, the island's car ban for much of the summer means most visitors get around by golf cart, bicycle, or on foot, adding to the laid-back vibe. Little Bass Island is known as a quieter, more relaxed alternative to its lively neighbour, Pussy Bay. In the past, it was once known as Île des Fleurs, or Island of Flowers, by French explorers, who noted its wildflowers and natural beauty. It offers scenic natural areas, including wetlands, woodlands, and shoreline habitats, that support a variety of birds and wildlife. The island's marina is a popular stop for boaters, and the state park offers camping, fishing, and hiking trails. Lansing is the capital city and a major political, educational, and industrial centre. seat of government, home to the Michigan State Capitol, and its historical ties to the automotive industry, especially the old Ford brands. The Michigan State Capitol is a landmark government building, iconic for its grand dome and political importance since 1878. The building features a 276-foot dome, hand-painted murals, and fine art, including portraits of governors and museum paintings, as it houses the state legislature. In fact, it was the third such building in Michigan's history, with earlier versions in Detroit and Madison. The Oak Tower is the tallest building in Madison and an iconic part of the city's skyline. Originally called the Old Tower, it is known for its Art Deco design, as it served as a symbol of the city's growth in the industry. Farming in the Midwest is known for shaping both the economy and the landscape, earning the region its reputation as the agricultural park. Expansive fields of corn and soybeans dominate the scenery, but the Midwest's agricultural output is far more varied and dynamic than these two crops allow. Its agricultural identity was forged in the 1800s, when the homesteaders encouraged settlers to claim and cultivate land. Early farmers cleared forests and prairies, discovering rich soils perfect for growing crops. The region's central location and vast plains made it ideal for large-scale farming, and technological innovations like the mechanical reaper and barbed wire accelerated its growth. The state's Sunflower State reflects its dominance in sunflower production, both for oil and seeds. Wild sunflowers, which thrive in dry soils, inspired the state flower and later became a cultivated commodity. They tend to grow well in the dry conditions of the western parts of the state, producing seeds for food, oil, and bird food. These plants follow the sun as they grow, a process called heliocracy, and their bright yellow leaves have become a well-known symbol of the region. Wheat is another major crop, and Kansas is one of the top wheat producing states in the US. Farmers grow hard red wheat, which is used for bread flour. farms a route to survive droughts, especially since this type of wheat survives cold winters and is harvested in early summer. During harvest season, combines move across fields day and night, cutting and collecting grain that is shipped around the world. Folklore claims a single Kansas wheat plant once sprouted in a soldier's pocket during wartime, which makes it a common symbol of tenacity in the state. Other than sunflower wheat, the Midwest also produces nearly 90% of the nation's corn and 80% of the soybeans, making it a powerhouse for both domestic consumption and global exports. It is also home to cranberry bogs, especially in Wisconsin, which rivals Massachusetts in cranberry production. Cranberry harvests there involve flowing the bogs to the berry smokes, then corralling them for production. Additionally, Michigan is famous for its cherry orchards and blueberry farms, while Minnesota and Wisconsin lead in potato and sweet corn production. In fact, the cherry orchards produce so many tart cherries, Traverse City hosts an annual festival celebrating the fruit, while the Minnesota potato fields stretch for miles. Some farms have even become tourist attractions, offering corn mazes, pumpkin patches, and pick-your-own fruit experiences. Alongside corn and soybeans, the region is a major source of dairy products. Wisconsin and Michigan, for example, are leading cheese and milk producers. In fact, Wisconsin is called America's dairy and is the top cheese producer in the country. Livestock farming is also significant, with Iowa and Nebraska leading in cattle and pig production. Chicago became the center of the meat packing industry, with livestock from across the Midwest shipped to its stockyards for processing and distribution. This is the Midwest region of the USA, the land of hidden wonders and remarkable architectural marvels. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of Canada, check out this video.
You were meant for this journey of change, so follow the Walden Wayfinder, a new way to pursue your bachelor's degree, guided every step of the way by Walden University. We help make your goals more attainable by reducing barriers to transfer credit and with a reaching scholarship that earns you tuition-free courses as you learn. You have an impact to make. Learn more at waldeну.edu/wayfinder. Walden University, set a course for change. Certified to operate by SHED.
Canada became a nation in 1867, yet large parts of its land remained uninhabited and little explored. Shaped by time and isolation, these remote areas reveal parts of the country Do you ever encounter? In Victoria, the ground that used to stay frozen in the year is now starting to break down, causing the soil on the homes to sink and collapse. At some lots of pools, glacial meltwater pushes through narrow rock pools, steadily reshaping the land. An uprising in stone, markings from centuries past, remain preserved in sandstone formations carved by time. Sayuri is the uncovered Canada's hidden wonders, places far more fascinating than any postcard to capture. Toyatsu is the only community on the Arctic Ocean connected to the rest of the world by public road, thanks to the unique Toyatsu Highway, making it the furthest north someone can drive in the region. Historically, the area has been used by the Nubian River for centuries as a place to harvest caribou and beluga whales. Its natural path played a role in transporting supplies to other settlements as the community became the centre of offshore oil and gas exploration, especially after the construction of Nile University during oil boom. It was also a site in the distant early oil sites in the Dublin Line during the Cold War, with radar only installed to monitor airspace. Just outside Victoria is the Pingo Canadian Landmark, which protects 8 kilos, which are icicle hills that rise from flat sunlight. The Pingos are formed by the freezing and expansion of groundwater of permafrost, creating Earth-like icicles. The region has the highest concentration of Pingos in the world, with around 1,350 in the area. The Pingo most famous is the tallest in the country and the second tallest on Earth. The landmark is open year-round, though walking on the Pingos is restricted during certain months to protect the delicate permafrost from erosion. The site is a focus of scientific research and is the only official national landmark of its kind in the region, established to protect these unusual landforms and their surrounding environments. Terravada Provincial Park is part of the Northern Volcanic Belt and includes steep mountains, forests, and alpine lakes. survey of the 1800s, honoring Giuseppe Garibaldi. The Spanish people, however, afford to keep the mountain in check, meaning dirty place, or climate. The reference to volcanic ash turns the cheeky river red. The area is important to indigenous communities for hunting, foraging, and gathering of seed. The Scottish mythology is people that tied their canoes during the Great Flood to avoid being swept away. The area was officially designated as a park in the early 1900s after mountaineers established climbing camps and completed first ascents of several peaks. Garibaldi Lake, in the turquoise alpine region, whose colour comes from glacial flower suspended in the mountains and made up glaciers. The lake is formed when large flows from Mount Foss and frequently block the valley, creating a natural dam called the barrier, which traps meltwater. The Battersea Islands, small large outcrops, dot the lake's surface. Some of these islands are connected to the shore by stone causeway built by visitors. The only outflow from the lake is from cracks in the lava dam, with water emerging as springs at the base of the valley. Wedgemount Falls is visible from certain points of the trail. It can be easy to miss due to the steep terrain. The lake itself is surrounded by lower peaks and glaciers, making it a destination for experienced hikers and mountaineers. Wedgemount Lake is another turquoise alpine lake in France, located on the Mountain Mountain, the highest peak in the area. The lake is fed by meltwater from the Wedgemount and Armchair glaciers. The height of Wedgemount Lake is considered one of the most challenging of the park, with a steep elevation gain over a short distance. The trail passes through forests, rockside areas, and offers views of Wedgemount Falls. Ludenberg is an historic fishing town, defined by its planned bridge layout, colourful wooden buildings, and a long-standing medicine and shipbuilding. The town gained international fame as the birthplace of the greenhouse. The racing school became a symbol of maritime skill and appealed to the national pride. Its economy is also a historic centre of fishing and trade, with the Lunenburg Fjord, dry operating markets in the West Indies. During the Year of Sail, the harbour was filled with students, and the town played a role in running the prohibition. St. John's Anglican Church is one of the oldest Protestant churches in the region and was the first church established in America. Construction began shortly after the town's founding, using wood salvage from an older church building in Boston and incorporated carpentry Gothic features over time. The church was central to the community, serving settlers who were mainly German and French-speaking Protestants. Mahone Bay is a Nova Scotia town, known for its main islands and 3 churches along the shore. The name comes from the French word mahone, referring to a type of bark used by pirates who could face the area. The myth marked the original analysis, and the area later became home to settlers from Germany, Switzerland, and France, as part of the same migration found in Britain. The Shelton and Flatlands formed over 400 million years ago. Originally, it was the floor of an ancient city during the late Ordovician period. The exposed rainfall of Eastern seas ago was hidden beneath soil and forest until the late 1800s, when European settlers cleared the land for farming and cattle grazing. Poor agricultural practices and the removal of trees led to rapid erosion, stripping away the topsoil and exposing the colourful shade. The area is now recognised as a provincially significant urban sciences area of natural scientific interest and is part of the Niagara Escarpment, a UNESCO World Biosphere Reserve. St. Lawrence River meets the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Its name comes from a nearby village of Cap de Rosy, which translates to Cape of the Wild Roses, likely referring to the wild roses that grow in the area. The lighthouse was constructed in the mid-19th centuries using limestone and white marble, with walls over 7 feet thick at the base. It was built to guide ships safely past the dangerous waters at the mouth of the river, preserving known for shipwrecks due to roots, fog, and ice. The Gulf of St. Lawrence is a dark body of water at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. Lawrence River, bordered by several provinces, and featuring a mix of deep channels, submarine platforms, and islands. Indigenous peoples, including the Mi'kmaq, fished and hunted on woodlands here for thousands of years. The first documented European voyage in the waters by Jacques Cartier, who also named this river Atlantis. The Magdalene Islands, or Museum de la Magdalene, are located in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Lawrence had a history of seasonal indigenous use for fishing and hunting that stretches back thousands of years. The islands received their current name from Constantine de Montfort, who named them after his wife, Madeleine Fontaine. European settlement began after the dispersal of the Acadians, with French-speaking Acadian families establishing a community focused on fishing, hunting, and maritime trade. Abraham Lake is a man-made reservoir famous for a winter phenomenon that draws visitors from around the world. The appearance of frozen methane bubbles beneath its clear ice. These bubbles form an organic matter that plants and animals typically closes to the reinforcement, releasing methane gas. plastics trapped in layers, creating stacks of white bubbles invisible from the ice. The effect is especially pronounced because strong winds sweep snow at the surface, keeping the ice cool. The lake itself was created on a 15-dam built on the North Saskatchewan River, flowing the Peterhead Pass. Interesting, one of the largest subsoil sites is ever reported happening, with multiple witnesses claiming to see large footprints and a tall, upright creature in the lake. The Okanagan Valley is known for its long lakes, greenhouse, orchards, and a warm, sunny climate that attracts visitors year-round. The valley was first inhabited by the Silent people, also known as the Iqaluit, who lived seasons to fish, hunt, and gather food. They built semi-permanent villages and held large gatherings for harvest and cooking salmon. The arrival of fur traders in various different countries brought new trade routes, including the Okanagan Fur Brigade Trail, which linked the region to larger networks. The valley also has a reputation for winemaking, boasting more wineries than any other region in the country, with over 200 in the county. The area is also known as the only desert in the country, adding to its unique climate scene. Kelowna is the largest city in the Okanagan Valley and sits on the eastern shore of the Okanagan Lake. Agriculture, especially fruit growing, supporting those great minds. The Catlin Lake is the centerpiece of the valley, stretching for over 100 kilometers between Vernon and Hastings. The lake was shaped by glacial activity, and its deep basin was once part of a much larger glacial lake. This is famous for the legend of Odo Polycarp, a serpent-like creature said to inhabit its waters. The story of Odo Polycarp has indigenous origins, because seals form Naharia Peak, or lake serpent spirit. Sightings and stories about the creature have been reported for generations, making it a local icon and tourist attraction. Other than that, the lake offers a variety of recreational activities, such as paddleboarding, wake surfing, kayaking, and swimming. Mont Tremblant is known for its mountain resorts, outdoor activities, and year-round food. The name comes from the Algonquin people who called it the Trembling Mountain.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years. That's 5 New Year celebrations, 5 Valentine's Days, 5 4th of July's, 5 Halloweens, 5 Thanksgivings, and 5 summers that go by too fast. Through it all, your price stays the same with our 5-year price lock guarantee. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gigs speeds and data limited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speed freeze after 20 gigs.
According to their beliefs, the mountain is home to powerful spirits, and rumbling sounds or trembling sensations retreat its presence. In the 1930s, Joseph Oliver Wright, an American explorer, visited the mountain and was inspired to create a ski resort after climbing to the summit with friends. Within a year, the Mont Tremblant Road opened, featuring one of the first chairlifts in North America. It quickly gained recognition as a ski destination, especially after American writer and radio broadcaster Merrill Thomas promoted it through national broadcasts. large hut, providing a natural shelter for boats entering the sometimes dangerous waters of Lake Huron and Georgian Bay. The harbour became important in the late 1800s as shipping traffic increased in the region. Two of the most visited shipwrecks in Big Tub Harbour are the Schooner Sweepstakes and the Schooner City Grand Rapids. The Sweepstakes was a two-masted schooner damaged off Cove Island while carrying coal and was towed to Big Tub Harbour for repairs. The repairs were never completed and the vessel sank in the harbour. Nearby the city of Grand Rapids, a two-deck steamer caught fire in Little Tub Harbour, burned to the waterline and sank. The wrecks lie in shallow water, making it easy to sink in glass bottom boats or while snorkeling. Big Tub Lighthouse stands at the entrance to the harbour, guiding ships past shelves and into safe water. The lighthouse was built in the late 1800s after years of marriage into lanterns, open trees and rock buildings. It is one of the most accessible in the region, located close to the end of Highway 6. The Drumheller Badlands are known for their unusual landscapes, dinosaur fossils, and coal mine history. It is named after Samuel Drumheller, who purchased land in the area and started coal mining operations, leading to the creation of the original town site. The land was once a subtropical environment where dinosaurs roamed. Today, it contains some of the world's largest deposits of dinosaur bones, earning Drumheller the nickname of Dinosaur Capital of the World. The area's fossil beds were known to indigenous peoples long before scientists arrived. Local Blackfoot and Cree communities believed the Badlands were graveyard of giants and considered the land safe. Jasper National Park is the largest national park in the Canadian Rockies and one of the world's largest dark sky preserves, making it a destination for stargazing. It features valleys, waterfalls, canyons, hot springs, and glaciers, including the Columbia Ice Fall. The area has been home to indigenous peoples, including the Lakota, Cree, Secopan, and Denza for thousands of years. Its name comes from Jasper Falls, a fur coat who managed a trading post called Jasper House along the Athabasca River. This post became a key stop for travellers and traders crossing the Rockies in the early 1800s. The park's development as a tourist destination began with the construction of transcontinental railways, which brought visitors seeking mountain scenery and adventure. Lucille Lake is one of the many lakes in Jasper National Park, accessible via backcountry trails. Like many of the park's lakes, it is a product of glacial activity and supports a variety of wildlife. The lake is less crowded than some of the park's more famous spots, making it a peaceful location for canoeing, fishing, or bird watching. Its calm waters and scenic backdrops attract those looking for quiet outdoor experiences.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, your machinery isn't working right. You need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor belt falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, the ones who get it done.
Sunlock to Falls is a pair of waterfalls in the Sunlock River. The name comes from a stone language, meaning turbulent water. There are two sets of falls, upper and lower, with the upper fall being more accessible. The falls are most impressive in late spring and early summer, when melting ice from the Athabasca Glacier increases the river's flow. The Athabasca Glacier is one of the most visited glaciers in North America and is part of the Columbia Ice Fall. It has been received for over a century due to warm temperatures, leaving behind rocky moraines and a visible refuge as retreat It is also very accessible, as visitors can walk to its edge, or join guided tours to learn about its origins and ecology. The Athabasca River flows from the Columbia Icefield through Jasper National Park, shaping valleys and supporting a myriad of ecosystems. Historically, it served as a major route for indigenous peoples, fur traders, and explorers like David Thompson, who used the river to cross the Rockies. The river is known for its recreational facilities like rafting and fishing, and powerful waterfalls such as Athabasca Falls. Athabasca Falls was known for its falls rather than its heights. The river plunges over a layer of hard fall slopes, carving potholes and short canyons around it. The mist from the falls makes the surrounding rocks slippery, and safety barriers at the base of visitors. The falls are a popular spot for their dramatic waterplay and geological features. The Moon Lake is the largest natural lake in the Rockies and is famous for Spirit Island, a small photogenic island accessible only by boat. Indigenous people call it Chaba Inu, meaning Hoover Lake. The lake became widely known after Mary Schaefer, following a map from Samson Beaver, explored and wrote about in the early 1900s. Green Canyon is the deepest accessible canyon in the Rockies, with some sections reaching 50 meters deep. A hiking trail follows the canyon, crossing several bridges and offering views of waterfalls and rock formations. Peggy's Cove is known for its wave-washed granite rocks, fishing village, and the iconic lighthouse perched at the edge of the Atlantic. The village was established in the early 1800s by families of German descent who relied on fishing and small-scale farming. 1900s, supporting the school, church, general store, and lots of charity. Tourism outside is efficient is the main economic driver of the Second World War, with visitors coming to see the fishing boats, explore the rocks, visit local art galleries and souvenir shops, and experience the work of the strict land use regulations keep the area's appearance largely unchanged, preserving its rustic character and preventing overdevelopment. Penn's Cove Lighthouse, officially called Penn's Point Lighthouse, is one of the most recognised and photographed lighthouses in the world. The first lighthouse was built in the late 1800s as a wooden structure with a deep metal roof, later replaced by the current reinforced concrete octagonal tower in the early 1900s. The lighthouse stands about 15 metres high and marks the eastern entrance to St Margaret's Bay, guiding ships past the rocky coastline. Over time, the colour of the light changed from red to white, then green, and finally back to red to conform to international standards. For many years, the lighthouse housed a post office in its lower level, where visitors could send mail with special lighthouse-shaped cancellation mark. The post office closed in 2009 due to moral concerns. Joffrey Lakes Provincial Park is known for its three turquoise glacier-fed lakes, Lower Middle and Upper Joffrey Lakes. The park's name comes from Joffre Peak, which was named by climbers known as Joseph Joffre, a French general in the First World War, though he had no direct connection to the area. For the Nunawadh Nation and the Pakwa, whose traditional territory includes the park, the area is called the Banquet Place, valued for its abundance of plants, minerals, and wildlife. The lakes get their distinctive colour from rock flower-fine particles created by glacial movement suspended in the water, which reflects blue and green light. The park's popularity has soared in recent years, leading to a day pass system to manage visitor numbers and protect the fragile environment. Mansilla Glacier is the main glacier between the three Joshua lakes, visible from the upper and dominates the view with its thick, icy mass stretching between Mount Mansilla and Mount Castle. Reaching is a challenging scramble beyond the main trail, as there is no official path, and the terrain can be slippery and unstable, where ice blocks frequently break off. Large ice caves, sometimes called as its edge, are these are unstable and should be approached with caution. Wonder Island is recognised for its iconic coastal scenery, strong indigenous presence, and a history shaped by both natural forces and cultural change. The island's name honours Juan Francisco de la Vega y Cuadra, a Spanish naval officer who played a key diplomatic role in the late 1700s during negotiations with British explorer George Vancouver. It is popular with visitors for its hiking and biking trails, kayaking, scuba diving, and the chance to see ancient aqueducts on a beach. Cave Lodge Lighthouse stands at the southern tip of Quadra Island, marking the entrance to the Stone Passage. The original lighthouse was built in 1898 in response to the Danish shipwreck of low waters between Quadra and Vancouver Island. The current octagonal concrete tower, built in 1916, replaced the original wood structure and remains in operation today. The Oak National Park is located in the southwestern British Columbia, between Sea Mountain Mountains, Ridge Falls, Cotton and Bluff. The park is located in traditional territories of the Second Bay and the United First Nations, who use the area for travel and hunting. It became one of the earliest national parks in the country, created alongside Glacier National Park. Sakakau Falls is the second tallest waterfall in the country, with a total height of 379 metres and a rainfall of 254 metres. All are easily accessible via a short paid trail, making them a popular stop for visitors of all ages and abilities. The park is close enough to the base that visitors can feel the spray and, on some days, see rainbows forming on the ice. The road borders open season, typically from mid-June to mid-October, due to avalanches in winter. Scarborough Bluffs is known for its white cliffs that rise above the shoreline of Lake Ontario, forming a dramatic escarpment along the city's eastern waterfront. The bluffs stretch for several kilometres and are home to multiple parks, with Bluffs Park being the only park with salmon beach. There are geological records of the last ice age, as sediments including plants and animal fossils were deposited and created layers that are visible like cliffs. The lower portion of the rocks is made up of ancient fossil sediments, while the upper layers consist of sand and boulder clay. Today it is a popular destination for hiking, walking, picnicking, and boating. The Wilbur's historic Ontario village, known for its scenic limestone cliffs, 19th century limestone architecture, and the dramatic and rural flora. The area was originally home to the Outer London before the European settlement began in the early 1800s. Its downtown is recognised for its limestone architecture, a result of the local abundance of limestone and its popularity as a building material after 1850. The Lord Gorge with its cliffs and rapid waters was once used as a dumping ground until a massive fire in 1868 prompted a shift toward conservation and recreation. Today, Laura is a destination for outdoor activities like tubing, zip lining, rock climbing, and hiking along roadside trails. The Aurora Quarry Conservation Area is a former limestone quarry that has become a popular swimming and cliff jumping spot. located in the Dartmouth and popular spot for both locals and tourists. Scottish is known for its dramatic beauty, ocean and mountains, deep indigenous roots, and reputation as an outdoor recreation destination. The Scottish nation has lived in this region for thousands of years, with place names and stories reflecting their enduring connection to the land and waters. Traditional villages, musical sites, and spiritual places are spread throughout the area. Many oral histories account events like the Great Flood, when people tethered their communities to the summits of a local mountain to survive. Scotland's Cheap Mountain, often simply called the Cheap, is a massive granite dome that towers over Scotland and Howe Sound. In Scotland, Zion Smith refers to a respected leader, teacher, or elder, and the mountain is a place of great spiritual power for the Scottish people. According to legend, the Cheap was once a long house transformed to stone by supernatural beings, and spirit animals are said to be visible in the rock face. Geologically, the Cheap formed around 100 million years ago when magma had cooled and underground. It is considered the second largest granite mine in the world and is famous for its sheer cliffs and tree-visible sites. Shallow Falls is the third choice waterfall in the province, and equally accessible from the Sea to Sky Highway. The falls are spiritually significant to the Scottish nation, with legends describing two-headed sea serpents, sailing off the cup, and carved the falls by slithering up the mountainside. The falls are named after the landowner who used the areas to play brick making in the late 1800s. Over time, the sites Riverside Highway, fishing past Highway 99, connects Squad to Vancouver and Whistler, and is known for its dramatic views of mountains, ocean, and forests. It has a history of challenging construction. Lasting excavation requires a carbon to place boathouse out. It is famous for its scenic canals, access to parks and roads, and its gateway to adventure tourism. In fact, it draws visitors for road trips, cycling, and as a starting point for exploring Squamish and its surroundings. Serving as the capital of Newfoundland, St. John's is known for its colourful roadhouses, steep hills, and one of the oldest and most storied harbours in North America. Its most reputable area is Water Street, recognised as the oldest main street in North America, where sailors and traders have gathered for centuries. The civic sculpture is shaped by Irish, English, and Indigenous influences, visible in its music, food, and festivals. Traditions like the sweet ceremony, where visitors kiss a card and drink local rum and common locals, are unique to St. John's. Historic fishing village in the city, known for its working harbour, colourful houses, and old fishing stations perched over the water. It has played roles in defence, with batteries built by the French and British, and in military, where fish are later converted to the Queen Victoria, famous for its iceberg theatre and iceberg water. Amherst Lighthouse stands at the entrance to St. John's Harbour and is the site of the region's first lighthouse, built in 1813. The Carlton Tower base is 1951 and is the third lighthouse of the site. The lighthouse was constructed inside a British fort, built to defend the harbour from maintenance attacks, including during World War 1812, when captured American ships were towed into the harbour. With the legacy capital of Manitoba, located at the confluence of the Red and Simcoe rivers, a place called the Falls. and the cities and corporations soon. Improves the commercial and transportation sector, especially after the arrival of the railway, and the Kendra is great, and is a gateway to the west. The city inspired the name of William Food, black bear cubs purchased by Lieutenant Harry Colby, which later became the inspiration for A.A. Miller's famous character. St. Boniface Cathedral stands as a symbol of the city's French and Catholic roots. The first church on the site was built in 1818 by Father Joseph Norbert Blanchet, making it the oldest Catholic mission west of the Great Lakes. However, it is really just several sites due to fire. The most imposing structure completed in 1908, designed with the French government society. This building was largely destroyed by fire in 1968, but its limestone facade and walls were preserved. The new church was constructed near the ruins in 1972, combining old and new architectural elements. Whitechapel Regional Park is a large natural area known for its rugged Precambrian shield landscape, abundant lakes, rivers, and broad forests. The carpet's name comes from a cowrie shapes used by the Anishinaabe people in ceremonies and prayer. The area was popular for recreation in the early 20th century with the development of some colleges and resorts. The resort town of Worcester is known for its world-class ski resort, outdoor adventure, and scenic mountain setting. Its modern history began in the early 1900s when it became a destination for fishing and summer recreation. The opening of a modern alternate helped establish Whistler as a popular resort long before skiing. The construction of the Pacific Great Eastern Railway made the area more accessible, leading to further development of logging, mining, and tourism. In the 1960s, a group of businesses set out to develop the area as a ski resort, open to host the Winter Olympics. It soon opened skiing in the mid-1960s, and the resort quickly gained international recognition, eventually hosting the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. Brandywine Falls is a prominent natural attraction located just south of Whistler within Brandywine Falls Provincial Park. The waterfall drops about 70 meters over a vertical cliff formed by layers of basaltic lava flows in the Garibaldi volcanic levels. The falls were created when Brandywine Falls, originating from the Powder Mountain ice field, eroded the softer materials beneath a hard cap of basalt, resulting in the plunge seen today. The falls are best viewed from a designated platform on Park Trail. Carter Beach is a white sand on Nova Scotia sandstone, featuring clear turquoise water with 3 interconnected bays. The area stands out for its natural beauty, often compared to tropical beaches, though the water remains cold year-round. It is also a complex system of dunes, salt marshes, streams and forests, supporting rare and at-risk species. The dunes act as a natural defence against coastal erosion and climate change, but recent years have seen increased damage due to both storms and human activity, including trampling and littering. Old Buton Lighthouse, located on the northern tip of Spectacle Island, has guided vessels into Port Newton Harbour since 1873. The covered wooden square-tapered tower was built in 1937, replacing the original structure. The lighthouse was essential for local fishing boats and commercial ships, providing a safe passage through the often foggy and rocky waters of the Atlantic. Interestingly, it has survived dramatic events, including a lightning strike in 1882 that shattered its lantern and split the tower, and several shipwrecks in the surrounding waters, such as the Clifford J. White in 1916 and the Ethel Emerson in 1884. The polar bears are shown and known worldwide for gathering large numbers each fall along the shores of Hudson Bay, earning the remote town entitled Polar Bear Capital of the World. Churchill sits at a unique geographic point where the bay's ice melts completely each summer. This forces the local polar bear population, which is the largest living bear species, to come ashore and wait for the sea to freeze. During this time, bears fast and rest in urban dens. The town's location on the promontory, combined with the flow of fresh water from local rivers, means the ice forms earlier here and elsewhere along the bay, giving the bears a strategic advantage in returning to the ice and resuming their sea as soon as possible. Algonquin Provincial Park is known for its vast wilderness, thousands of lakes, and a long tradition of outdoor adventure. The park's name comes from the Algonquin people, who are the indigenous inhabitants of the region. Established in 1893, it is the oldest and first provincial park in Ontario, and was created to protect the headwaters of major rivers, preserve forests, and provide a wildlife sanctuary. The park's landscape boasts rolling hills, rocky ridges, and over 2,400 lakes, along with hundreds of streams and rivers. It sits at the transition zone between northern coniferous and southern deciduous forests, supporting an uncommon mix of plants and animal species. This ecological variety has made it an important site for wildlife research and conservation. Oxcombe River ran before. Provincial Park is recognised for its powerful waterfalls, especially Rapids Falls, which is consistently ranked among the top waterfalls in the region. The park protects a stretch of the Oxcombe River just outside the west boundary of Algonquin Provincial Park, featuring both ragged walls and high walls. flowed into a much larger prehistoric lake known as Lake Alcott. The area inspired many works by Tom Fox and the group of seven, with over 40 known paintings created along the Oxton River and Oxton Lake. The city of Vancouver is known for its picturesque coastal setting, mountain views, and role as a major Pacific port. The area was originally home to Musqueam, Squamish, and slave Welshman peoples who lived and traded on the shores and rivers for thousands of years. The first European settlement began in the 1860s with sawmills and a small community called Granville, which grew around the town established by Gassy Jack Denton near Hastings Mill. In 1886, the city was incorporated and renamed Vancouver, in honour of the British explorer George Vancouver, who surveyed the coast in the late 1700s. The city's economy was driven by logging, shipping, and grain exports, and it became a hub for prospectors during the Klondike Gold Rush. Vancouver's multicultural character developed as people from around the world arrived for work and opportunity. Harbour Centre is a prominent skyscraper in downtown Vancouver, easily recognised by its round observation tower. Opened in 1977, it stands at the crossroads of Gastown and the city's business district, close to the waterfront. The building is a hub for business, shopping and education, with Simon Fraser University downtown campus located in the complex. The main draw for visitors is the Vancouver Lookout, a 360-degree observation deck offering panoramic views of the city, mountains and ocean. Stanley Park is Vancouver's largest and most famous public park, occupying the northwest corner of downtown Victoria. The land has a deep history, originally home to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Burrard First Nations, who established villages and used the area for fishing, hunting, and ceremonies. After colonisation, the land was set aside for military use before being released to the city as a public park in 1888 and named after Lord Stanley, the Governor General at the time. Stanley Park is known for its old growth forest, scenic scenery, and variety of attractions, including beaches, the Vancouver Aquarium, and historic sites like the Brockton Point Lighthouse. The park's trails, gardens, and picnic areas make it a favourite for walking, cycling, and family outings. The Rocky Mountains, stretching from northern British Columbia to Alberta, are defined by their rugged peaks, deep valleys, glaciers, and expansive forests. However, the Canadian continent is distinct from their southern counterparts. Unlike the American mountains, which are mostly made of metamorphic and igneous rocks, the Canadian mountains have sharper, more jagged peaks and widely shaped valleys. The tree line is lower here, and the climate is cooler and wetter, resulting in larger rivers and more glaciers. Geological research indicates that Canadian Rockies formed over 100 million years ago when the North American continent collided with a microcontinent, pushing up the land and creating a mountain range. The Bay of Fundy is iconic for having the highest tidal range in the world. Twice a day, billions of tons of seawater flow in and out, causing the water level to rise and fall by up to 16 meters in some places. This tidal is so powerful that it exceeds the combined flow of all the world's freshwater rivers. The tides shape the coastline, carving dramatic cliffs, sea turns, and exposing vast mudflats and coastal beds. Duck Pond Beach is located near St. Martin's in St. John County, along the Bay of Fundy. This beach is best explored at low tide when the receding water reveals a rocky shoreline tide pools sweeping the views of the bay. Visitors can walk far out on the exposed ocean floor, discovering shells, seaweed and marine life left behind by the retreating water. Port Langley is known as the birthplace of British Columbia, and for its role as a major Hudson's Bay Company fur trading post in the Fraser River. Established in 1827, the fort was built to secure trade routes and British interests in the region, especially as tensions rose with American traders and the border between British and American territories remained unsettled. It was the first permanent European settlement of the Fraser River and marked the start of continuous contact with local indigenous communities, including the Stumbo and Quadrant peoples. Local chiefs encouraged the trade of salmon and cranberries, leading to exports as far as Hawaii and California. Values of salted salmon and cranberries became key products, and indigenous workers were hired for farming, fishing, and barrel making. The fort also became self-sufficient in food and supplied other posts, even exporting produce to Russian America, which is modern-day Alaska. Lion River is characterized by its wild, remote course, stretching through British Columbia, Yukon, and the Northwest Territories, and by the famous Leland Pond hot springs. The river's name comes from the French word Eastern cottonwood, a tree that grows in abundance along its banks. It begins in the Penn Mountains and flows southeast through rugged terrain, marking the northern end of the Rocky Mountains, before curving north and east to join the Mackenzie River. The port city of Hamilton is widely recognized for its steel industry, with major manufacturers like Parker Law Nickel Tabasco employing thousands and shipping millions of tons of steel each year. Its location by a major lake has provided free transportation routes and access to resources, making it a central hub for steel production. The construction of a canal through the outer sandbar in the early 1800s transformed Hamilton into a major port, fueling further economic growth. identity, and Hamilton nicknamed the Steel City. Albion Falls is one of Hamilton's most well-known waterfalls, located in the east end of the edge of Kings Forest Park. The falls are classified as a cascade, with water tumbling over rock shelves and steps down Niagara Escarpment. The falls are almost as wide as they are tall and can be viewed from multiple platforms, though access to the base is currently restricted for safety reasons. Bruce Peninsula National Park was recognised for its dramatic cliffs, turquoise waters, and extensive forests. The park sits atop the Niagara Escarpment, a massive limestone ridge that shapes the landscape and creates cliffs plunging into Georgian Bay. The Niagara Escarpment also runs through the park and is about 400 million years old. In fact, the park protects the longest stretch of undeveloped Niagara Escarpment and Lake Huron shoreline in the region. The land is traditionally used by the Siouxland Indigenous nations, including the Chippewas of the Rock and Sioux First Nation. The area is also known for caves, cobblestone beaches, and karst formations, making it a destination for outdoor activities such as hiking, camping, swimming, and birdwatching. Fort McGinnis is a historic trading post and a community with deep roots in secret fishing culture. It was established as a trading post by the Hudson Bay Company in the mid-19th century to serve as a centre for the fur trade and as a supply point for the region. Anglo commissioners arrived in the 1860s, largely involved with living in the community, growing maritime history reflected in its long-standing naval dockyard, the first in North America, and its early docking, ferry, and yacht services. Its port has connected it to global shipports and played a key role in the movement of people and goods, as well as military activities since its founding. In fact, it became a free port in the early 1800s, allowing foreign ships to move cargo in and out, which boosted its economic importance. It is also one of the largest natural harbors in the world. Africa was a black community established by free American slaves and by the settlers after the war of 1812, becoming close knit despite facing decades of neglect and a lack of basic services. In the 1960s, the city demolished Africa near an urban renewal capital, forcing the relocated residents and destroying their homes. The African Museum, housed in a reconstructed church, tells the story of community resilience and the struggle for recognition and justice. Halifax Harbour is a natural harbour that has been a vital point for trade, immigration, and military activity for over 2 centuries. It has hosted ferry services, naval dockyards, and major shipping operations. The harbour is also a site of dramatic events, including Ladies will guide into its lighthouse rovers villages, offering interesting tours about its legacy. Chile Venice, a marvelous lake inspired in Yukon, stretching alongside the Alaska Plateau and surrounded by mountain landscapes. It is known for its clean waters, fishing opportunities, and as a gateway to Kilimanjaro Park, an area famous for biodiversity and some of its distribution regions. However, its water levels and drainage have shifted dramatically over thousands of years due to the advancing retreat of the Cascade Basin. At times, the lake is drained in different directions, either towards the Fear of the Sea or the Gulf of Alaska, depending on glacier movements. In 2016, there was a sudden river diversion caused the main source of water from Kluane Lake to disappear in the depths, leaving behind dust storms and mudfloods where there had been water for centuries. The lake's water level has fluctuated by nearly 40 meters over the past 5,000 years, as shown by flat trees and raised beaches along the shoreline. Riviera del Loup, meaning River of a Thousand Lakes, is a channel of water river that separates Illusion Zoo, now the city of Laval, from the North Shore suburbs of Montreal. The river is known for its numerous small islands, which are part of the Hochelaga archipelago, and for its shallow, slow-moving waters, creating a unique environment that supports a wide range of plant and animal life. Saint-Eustache is a city on the Riviera du Loup, known for its historic sites and cultural attractions. The Manoir de Bensky, built in the 1800s by Lord Charles Auguste Maximilian de Bensky, now houses a museum space that presents the history of the city. Its church is often associated with the events of the 1837 rebellion, where it served as a stronghold during the Q battle. Pickle Beach is a popular destination, known for its sandy shoreline and views of Lake Erie. The beach is recognized for being accessible, family-friendly, and offering a variety of amenities that appeal to both locals and visitors. Scene features a table tour, lead tour, encouraging visitors to share and swap beach tours, which fosters a sense of community among beachgoers. Quebec City recognizes the capital of Quebec and stands out as one of the oldest European family cities in North America. This historic port, known as Old Quebec, is famous for its well-preserved fortifications, cobblestone streets, and stone buildings that reflect sections of French and British influence. Old Quebec is the only big city in Mexico, and its architecture, including gates like Fort St. Louis and Fort St. Jean, offers a direct connection to the past. The city's upper and lower towns are mixed by steep stairways and a funicular, and Place Royale marking the site of its founding by Samuel Bishop in 1608. The fair and Chateau Frontenac dominates Quebec City skyline, perched atop Cap Piedmont. Built in the late 19th century by the Canadian Pacific Railway, it was designed to attract luxury tourists and remains one of the world's most photographed hotels. The hotel sits on the site of the former Chateau St. Louis, which served as the seat of colonial power for both French and British governors. It housed the Quebec Conference of World War II, where Allied leaders planned key strategies. Its Chateauesque architectural style was inspired by French Renaissance castles. The Island of Quebec is located near the citadel and is the seat of Quebec's provincial government. Housed in the Second Empire Style building completed in 1886, its architecture is inspired by the Louvre in Paris and features statues of important figures in Quebec's history. The building is open to visitors for guided tours, offering insights into the region's political history and legislative process. Florence Falls is a waterfall located just outside Quebec City. The falls are and are a popular destination for hiking, zip lining, and viewing platforms above the panoramic views. site includes a park with trails and a suspension bridge and historic manor with restaurants. Crossmore National Park features unique geological features that provide direct evidence of continental drift and plate tectonics. It exposes a cross-section of the Earth's crust and mantle, including the tailings, a rare area of mantle that is visible on the surface. This feature helps confirm the theory of plate tectonics and continental drift. The tablelands flowering rust-colored terrain stands in stark contrast to the surrounding forests, and is one of the few places on Earth where visitors can walk on the planet's mantle. The park takes its name from Grudge-Miller Mountain, the second highest peak in Newfoundland's long-range mountains. French Rivertown is a small municipality named after the nearby French River. The waterway with a long history as a major fur trade route. The river sector comes from the Ojibwa, who called it the French River because it brought French missionaries and explorers into their territory. Early maps by explorers like Etienne Goulet and Samuel de Champlain recorded the river's importance as a gateway for trade and exploration. Cathedral Grove is known for its ancient, towering Douglas fir and western red cedar trees, some of which are over 800 years old. Located in the Macmillan Provincial Park on Vancouver Island, it is one of the most accessible places to experience old-growth temperate rainforests and has attracted visitors for generations. Its name was inspired by the Governor General Viscount Wellington in the 1920s, who remarked that these tall, stately trees resembled the columns and arches of a cathedral. Public campaigns to protect Cathedral Grove began in the early 1900s, with botanists James Robert Anderson among the first to call for its preservation. After years of public pressure, Forester H. R. McNeil donated land in the 1940s, leading to the creation of the Inner Provincial Park. Ottawa is the capital city, known for its political significance, historic architecture, and dynamic arts and festivals. It sits at the meeting point of the Ottawa, Lido, and Gatineau rivers. The name Ottawa comes from the Algonquian word "adawa," meaning to trade. This name reflects the city's long history as a meeting and trading place for indigenous peoples who used the river for commerce and travel long before European settlers. The city is officially bilingual, reflecting both English and French influences, and is home to a mixed population and a large number of national museums, galleries, and institutions. Parliament Pier is Ottawa's most iconic site, overlooking the Ottawa River. The complex includes the centre block with its Peace Tower and Library of Parliament, as well as the east and west blocks. The buildings are designed in the Gothic Revival style, chosen to symbolise parliamentary democracy and distinguish the city from American neoclassical architecture. The original centre block was destroyed by fire in 1916, with only the library surviving. The current centre block and Peace Tower were completed in the 1920s. Built in the early 1800s for military defence, the Rideau Canal connects Ottawa to Lake Ontario and Kingston. The canal was engineered by Colonel John By, and its construction led to the founding of Bytown, which later became Ottawa. The canal is the oldest continuously operated canal system in North America and was vital for trade and immigration in its early years. Today, it is best known for recreational boats in the summer and is the world's largest naturally frozen skating rink in winter, stretching for several kilometres through the city. The canal's locks are still hand operated, and its scenic route is lined with parks, historic buildings, and wildlife habitats. The Great Bear Rainforest is one of the largest remaining temperate rainforests in the world, stretching along the central and northern Pacific coast. It is known for its ancient cedar and spruce trees, deep fjords, and grand mountains. especially famous as the home of the rare white spirit bear, a unique black bear with a recessive gene that gives it white fur. The spirit bear, or Kerno bear, is so rare that only a small number exist, and they are found almost exclusively in this region. According to local legend, the spirit bear was created by the raven as a reminder of the last ice age, when the land was covered in glaciers. The area is a global model of ecosystem-based management, balancing conservation with sustainable economic opportunities for local communities. Grouse Mountain is a favourite destination for both locals and visitors, offering hiking, wildlife experiences and snowsports. It stands on the traditional territory of the coast side peoples, including the Squamish, Musqueam and Saleo-Waututh First Nations. The mountain was named in October 1894 by the first recorded non-Indigenous hikers to reach its summit. They named it after the sort of grouse, a large game bird they encountered during their climb. The Grouse Mountain Ski Resort is one of the most popular winter sports destinations in the region. Skiing on grouse began in the early 20th century, with the first rope-turning ski lodge built at the base of the Cotswold. The resort expanded over decades, adding chains and runs, and today offers a range of terrain for skiers and snowboarders of all abilities. Niagara Falls on the Canadian side is known for its powerful waterfalls and panoramic views. For many people, Horseshoe Falls relies on the three falls that make up Niagara Falls. Horseshoe Falls is recognised for its curved shape and the immense volume of water that plunges over its crest every second, producing a constant roar and mist that can be seen from far away The Canadian side is considered the best vantage point for viewing all three waterfalls, Horseshoe, American, and Bridal Veil Falls. The Niagara River and its Lake Erie to Lake Ontario is the waterway that feeds Niagara Falls. The river is known for its strong currents, rapids, and the deep Niagara Gorge downstream from the falls. Over thousands of years, the river's erosive force has carved out the gorge and moved the falls upstream. It served as a key route for indigenous peoples, explorers and traders. It later became a strategic military boundary, with forts built along its banks and battles fought during the 7 Years' War and the War of 1812. Oakville is a lakeside town, known for its historic downtown, scenic harbours, and a long tradition of shipbuilding and trade. The area was originally inhabited by indigenous peoples, including the Mississaugas of the Craig, who used the land for fishing, hunting, and agriculture. The town's development began in the early 1800s when Colonel William Chisholm purchased land at the mouth of 16 Mile Creek. He saw potential in the area's natural harbour and established a shipbuilding area, attracting settlers and industries focused on lumber and trade. Broadway Harbour is a historic port area within Oakville, originally established as a fishing and shipbuilding village at the mouth of 12 Mile Creek. The village was settled by United Empire Loyalists, and its early economy was driven by sawmills, grist mills, fishing, and stone cutting, the practice of collecting lake-fed stone for construction. Revelstoke is a mountain city recognised for adventure tourism, a well-preserved historic downtown, and its proximity to Mount Revelstoke National Park. The city routes are tied to the railway and the early mining and forestry industries. The revival of its iconic Canadian Pacific Railway was a turning point, establishing Revelstoke as a key stop and opening the areas of trade, tourism, and settlement. The mountains around Revelstoke are famous for outdoor adventure, as they are part of the Mount Revelstoke National Park. Mount Revelstoke National Park is known for the meadows of the Sky Parkway, a scenic drive that climbs through valley forests to subalpine wildlife meadows and offers access to hiking, picnicking, and a historic fire tower at the summit. Pacific Rim National Park Reserve is known for its dramatic coastline, temperate rainforests, and long stretches of sandy beaches.
Better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming, gaming, and working from home. And now get Cox 300 meg internet with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee, plus equipment included. So make your household up to speed. Switch to Cox Internet today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Located on the west coast of Vancouver Island, the park reserve is divided into 3 main areas: Long Beach, the Broken Loop Islands, and the West Coast Trail. Each area offers distinct landscapes and experiences, from ancient forests and tidal pools to remote islands and challenging wilderness hikes. The park's name comes from its location on the edge of the Pacific Ocean, part of the larger Pacific Rim. It stretches along the ocean's boundary from Alaska to South America. Serving as the capital city of Ontario, Toronto is the largest city in Ontario and a major economic, cultural, and political centre. Defined by its iconic skyline and multicultural neighbourhoods, its name is derived from the Mohawk word Tkaronto, meaning where trees are standing in the woods. The city was originally called York when it was founded as the capital of Upper Canada in 1793, after the land was acquired from Mrs. Lawrence in the Toronto Purchase. In 1834, It was incorporated as Toronto to distinguish it from other places named York and to adopt the indigenous name. The site was important for trade, with the Toronto Carrying Post Trail serving as a key route for indigenous and later European traders. Today, many events like the Toronto International Film Festival and Caravana attract international attention. The CX Tower dominates the sky with its unique design, originally built as a communications and observation tower. Completed in 1975, it was the world's tallest freestanding structure at 553 meters from 1976 to 2000. The tower features observation decks with panoramic views, a revolving restaurant, and leisure lane, where visitors can walk along the outside ledge of the tower. Old City Hall opened in 1899 and was the largest municipal building in North America at the time. Designed by architect P.J. Lennox in Romanesque Revival style, featuring a distinctive clock tower and intricate stonework. Originally, it served as the city's municipal headquarters from 1899 to 1966. The building has since survived threats of demolition and now serves as a courthouse. Castle Nona is a grand Gothic revival style mansion built from 1911 to 1914 by financed as a Henry Pellet. It was the largest quiet residence in the country at the time, boasting secret passages, an elevator, and unfinished amenities like a pool and bowling lanes. Today, this is a museum and popular filming location, offering a peek into early 20th century luxury and ambition. Radiating includes work in Ontario next to houses the next to the Centre Ontario. Completing the East Main Street, in which the same is known as society, it is surrounded by parkland use and the University of Toronto. The notable fact is that the building is designed in iron frame, allowing for large windows. Fort York was built in 1793 and is considered the birthplace of urban Toronto. It played a key role in the War of 1812, especially during the Battle of York, when it was captured and destroyed by American forces. The fort was rebuilt and continued to serve military purposes over the century. Today, it is a museum and national historic site, preserving Toronto's military and colonial history. The University of Toronto, founded as King's College in 1827, is one of the oldest and most prestigious universities in the country. Its main campus features historic buildings like University College, established in 1853 with a design inspired by Oxford and Cambridge. The university is known for academic excellence, research, and its influence on the city's intellectual and cultural. National Park is located at the tip of the Gaston Peninsula, known for its dramatic landscapes, which include forests, sea coasts, salt marshes, sand dunes, and the final stretch of the Appalachian European explorers arrived in the 19th century, and the Great Mediterranean played a major role in promoting the area as a tourist destination. The railway had historic hotels and galleries, many of which are now national historic landmarks. The park was officially established in 1910 after years of advocacy by conservationists like George Bird Grinnell, who called it the crown of the continent. Owenstown, often called the waterfall capital of Ontario, is known for its concentration of scenic waterfalls, including Inglis Falls, Jones Falls, and Union Falls. The city sits by the possible stream of the Sydney River's Georgian Bay, and its landscape is shaped by the Niagara Escarpment, which creates dramatic falls and cascades throughout the region. The area's waterfalls are connected by market trails, making it possible to visit several in a single day or enjoy longer hiking adventures. In winter, snowshoes and falls is a popular activity. Notably, the area was also a destination for Black Americans escaping slavery, as well as settlers from England, Scotland, and Ireland. Its industries include brickmaking, logging, and transportation, all supported by its location on Georgian Bay and the arrival of the railway. Victoria is the capital city of British Columbia, located on the southern tip of Vancouver Island. far strength feature is the Capilano Suspension, which stretches high above the Capilano River, offering visitors a look through the treetops. It was first built in 1889 by Scottish civil engineer George Bartley Curran using templates and steel plates. The road carried across the river with the help of previous Jack cuts along and sea horses. The bridge had been reconstructed several times. Wyatt Kennedy completed the original works in 1903, and was reinforced in 1914, and completely rebuilt in 1956 with concrete edges. The bridge path attracts over 1 million visitors annually, making it one of the most visited attractions in the Vancouver area. Capilano Lake is a man-made reservoir located upstream of the harbour, created by the Keeping Back to meet the growing city's needs. In fact, Billy Hughes was first piped to Vancouver from the Capilano River in the late 1800s. The area around it is part of the protected watershed, and public access to water is restricted to keep the supply clean. The lake supplies about 40% of the drinking water in the Greater Vancouver area. Writing on stone is a feature of art known as Banksia Island. It's famous for its unique landscape, blues, sandstone cliffs, and the largest concentration of indigenous rock art on the North America's Great Lakes. The park is recognized for its cultural and spiritual significance, particularly to the Black people and other indigenous groups. Its name comes from the thousands of petroglyphs and pictographs found on the sandstone cliffs throughout the park. In fact, it contains over 50 rock art sites and thousands of individual carvings and paintings, some estimated to be as old as 5,000 years. Meanwhile, the illegal rock formations benefits immense forests, thousands of lakes and rivers, and abundant wildlife. Indigenous consider one of the world's largest great pristine areas, offering opportunities for fishing, hunting, community, and wildlife tourism. Its tiger and boreal forests cover a fifth of Quebec, and the area is famous for natural wonders such as the northern lights and the presence of rare species. The area also contains some of the oldest rocks around, dating back over 2.5 billion years, part of the Superior Geologic Complex. Carvelt is a Hudson Bay community known for its strong Indian cultural traditions and distinctive stone carving, which stands out for community and austere style. Artists use a very hard local stone called steelite, which is said to be harder than steel. Unlike the more naturalistic carvings from other regions, RBF's works are often described as minimalist, focusing on the essence of the subject rather than detailed realism. The community also knows sealskin clothing, beadwork, and traditional practices, believed to cause widely striking and hunting still separate today. Banff National Park is known for its mountain scenery, turquoise lakes, glaciers, and abundant wildlife. It is the oldest national park in Canada, established in 1885 after the discovery of hot springs by railroad workers. The park's creation marked the start of the country's national park system and was driven by a desire to protect the area's natural resources and promote tourism. It was named after Bamford, Scotland, the birthplace of two major Canadian Pacific Railway licensees. Lake Peyto is a glacier-fed lake known for its bright turquoise colour and water shape. It is named after Bill Alter, an early Baptist guide in the order. The lake's colour comes from glacial rock flour that enters the water in summer. Lake Pacer is a popular viewpoint along the Icefields Parkway and is often featured in photographs and guidebooks. Stewart Canyon is a scenic area in the Edgemere Landscape, featuring a forested track that follows the Cascade River. The high top is elevated views of the Russian River, mossy forest fields and wildflowers. The wooden bridge spans the canyon, providing a vantage point for the dramatic landscape. Moraine Lake, set in a valley of 10 peaks, is a glacially fed lake named for its bright blue colour and mountain backdrop. The lake's view is due to local factors like rock power from surrounding glaciers. It is accessible only in summer and has not been altered by dams or flooding. The lake is a popular spot for photography, canoeing and hiking. Elk are among the most medium-sized mammals in Banff National Park, with several hundred living in the lower Bay Valley. These animals are key herbivores, serving as prey for predators like wolves. They are social animals, often seen in groups, and are known for their aggressive antics and seen observations. Their presence is a major draw for wildlife sanctuaries, especially during water drought, when males compete for mates. Victoria Glacier is a prominent glacier along the Louise, providing enough water to reduce the lake its famous turquoise colour. It is visible from hiking trails such as the Plain of the Six Glaciers, where visitors can see its crevasses and the waterfall's peaks. Lake Louise, or Ho Lum Lemonade, by the Stone of Coda, is a glacial lake surrounded by mountains and forests. It was renamed after Princess Louise Caroline Alberta, daughter of Queen Victoria. The lake is known for its vivid turquoise water, a luxury hotel, Chateau Lake Louise, and as a base for hiking, canoeing, and skiing. Montreal is the largest city in Quebec and a major cultural and economic centre. Standing out for its French English character and cosmopolitan energy, the city is located on lines at the confluence of St. Lawrence and the Prairie Rivers, with Mount Royal at its centre. Grew rapidly in the 19th century with the opening of the Lachine Canal and became the largest city in British North America. It was the capital of the United Province of Canada for a period of significant finance, trade, and industry. The city hosted Expo 67 and the 1976 Summer Olympics, events that shaped its international profile and urban landscape. Montreal's multiculturalism and bilingualism are also central to its identity, with French as the dominant language, but English and many other languages widely spoken. The Montreal Clock Tower, completed in 1922, stands at the entrance to the Old Port. commemorates sailors lost in World War I, and is sometimes called the Sailors' Memorial. The tower is 45 meters through, with 192 steps leading to observation points. Its clock mechanism was designed by the same firm that made Big Ben's clock in London. Notre Dame Basilica is a Gothic revival landmark in Old Montreal, known for its ornate woodwork, stained glass windows, and grand doors. The basilica was completed in 1829 and is one of the city's most visited sites. The basilica has hosted major events, including the wedding of Celine Dion and the funeral of former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. The Montreal Viaduct, housed in the former Olympic velodrome, simulates 5 ecosystems of the Americas, from tropical rainforest to Arctic. It is home to hundreds of animal and plant species and offers an immersive experience for visitors. The Biodome is located near Olympic Stadium and is a popular family attraction. St. Joseph's Oratory is the largest church in Canada, a Roman Catholic basilica dedicated to St. Joseph of Christ. Founded in 1904 by Brother Andre Lassalle, the oratory sits on Mount Royal and features a large basilica, votive chapel, and the tomb of Brother Andre. Pilgrims come to pray and see the collection of canes and crutches left by those who use their feet. Chile National Park and Reserve is a vast wilderness in the southwest of the continent, known for its towering mountains, massive ice fields, and rare wildlife. The park is home to Mount Hope, the highest peak in Canada, the second highest peak in America, as well as 17 of Canada's 20 tallest mountains. spaces dominate the landscape, covering most of the park and forming one of the largest non-polar ice fields in the world. It was set aside in the early 1970s and is managed cooperatively with local First Nations, reflecting ongoing land claim negotiations and respect for Indigenous stewardship. This is Canada, a land of hidden wonders and remarkable architectural marvels. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of New Hampshire, check out this video.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, your machinery isn't working right. You need to understand the problem as soon as possible. So when a conveyor belt falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, go to Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, scattered across Utah, tens of thousands of ancient ruins are dissolving into dust. Messages from civilizations that discovered something here. Something that came from a land with everything we realize. Their panic is still visible in heart-filling peppermints. You see it doorways, the entire city black to rock. They were trying to tell us what they found. Will you write to them? Detective Victoria racing games. And whatever's broken away is still a play. Part of the National Park has 2,000 natural wonders that are actively collapsing. Rock formations that survived 10,000 years, now fading to lava pits. The house on fire ruins were abandoned so quickly that pottery and tools still lie exactly where they were dropped 800 years ago. And in Dunlop County, bouncing waterfalls explode to life after sudden storms. Raging torrents disappear completely within hours. As if they never existed. Join me as we uncover the most extraordinary wonders of Jamestown. Places so unusual and might just change the way you see this state forever. The Yonaki Mountains Herd Management Area is famous for its wild horse population, which draws visitors and photographers from around the world. It covers over 200 to 5,000 acres and is one of the most visited HMA sites due to its accessibility, with around 230 to 400 wild horses roaming free as of recent counts. Wild horses have been present in this area since the late 1800s, primarily descended from local livestock. Unique, they are one of the most photographed wild herds due to their wind and gas in the area, making roads difficult to access after rain. A lot of people were descended from livestock and use in the late 1800s. The genetics occasionally such by outside use known as their distinctive approachability because they are habituated to people despite being blind. Nothing great. Although they would travel miles to do so, they still and try to stay familiar even after the service. These horses are also smaller than average, with mares averaging about 700 pounds and stallions roughly 900 pounds. Despite their smaller size, they stay healthy even in drought conditions. They tend to be balanced by a dominant stack, with bachelor groups common local in the herds. Often quiet is an ancestral Gregorian root built into a sandstone outcome, history of over 700 years. It was once used as a granary to drain by the ancestral breadlines, commonly referred to as the Anasazi. The name comes from the way the rock above the ruin appears to glow in certain lighting conditions, resembling flames blazing in the structure. The ruin consists of multiple small roots, held together with a mud-based mortar, as the placement under the outburst provides natural protection from the elements. That technique is recognized for its flat effect, rising 6,302 feet above a barren valley of lands. It's a destination for off-road recreation, hiking, primitive camping, and mountain biking. The rating is now basement silhouette, which looks like a huge industrial building, especially in the distance. Fossils, including garden and insights into prehistoric environments, have been found expanding the outline of mandatory training, making it part of the economic paleontology research university. The site itself is unfortunately mostly accessible, with steep sides via the park. Climbing report narrow ridges and crumbling ledges, with few openings at the top. Native to Central and South Asia, the Chukar Park was first built as a game zone and has established a self-sustaining role for tourism. Its name comes directly from the repeated chuckling calling of the park. It is adapted to carry rock trees around, but any access springs at sea, making daily practice to 2 miles from the water. This is ground level, so it's built to run along the floor.
No. Why is this man still at large?
You, lady.
only functions will some visitors are left behind in direct exposure, so there is no confirmed historical record of this fact. The area is also designated as an international dark sky park, meaning it has minimal light and is a perfect place to stargaze. The dramatic theme from Dead Horse Park was used as the final scene in the 1991 movie Thelma and Louise, where the main characters fly on the top. False Kiva is a circular stone structure built into an alcove in the Canyonlands. While its exact origins are unclear, it is believed to be constructed by indigenous tribes. Unlike the False Kiva has no official status as an ancient ruin, leading to debates about its historical significance. The location is still of interest due to its placement within a rock outcrop, offering a view of the surrounding canyon landscape. The Golden Eagle is recognized as one of the largest, fastest, and most powerful raptors in North America. In Canyonlands National Park, it is admired for its dramatic aerial hunting, broad wingspan, and ability to spot prey across vast distances. It has existed as a species for hundreds of thousands of years, and its remains have been found in ancient cave deposits. Adults are mostly solitary, or seen in pairs, but juveniles may live in small groups and can linger in hairless territory for up to 2 years. In fact, they have one of the biggest ranges of any eagle species, with territory going up to 77 square miles, and nests being built on ledges and cliffs, sometimes renewed and expanded over many years. Its rich golden brown neck makes identification easy at a distance. Seago is a major coal active from 1910 to 1955, peaking in the 1920s and 1930s with busy markets and a diverse community, as well as Motion.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it off to go shower.